Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Kandava for the opening round of the Aqva Karting Kart. Try that whole sentence again. My apologies. Aqva Kart Karting Championship, as powered by Aqva Kart. We will be getting qualifying for the opening category, the micro category, going very, very shortly. As we can see, it is overcast, but it is nice and dry with a light breeze blowing, and the weather is due to, as we can see, those watching the stream, the weather is due to stay this way all day, rising to a brisk 13 degrees by the end of the day. My name is Chris Buxton. I'll be bringing you the commentary for today's action. We have got 5 grids that will be taking part in today's festivities for the opening round of this championship here at Kandava. We have got the Micro 60, which will be heading out shortly. And these will be our youngest, those waiting to start their karting careers. A lot of returning names, but a couple of new names to the series for those that have possibly not taken part in EMV or BKC karting events in the past. 11 competitors are due to take part in this particular category. Here we go. Those on stream can see the schedule. They will be heading away in the next few minutes for the Micro 60. And they'll be having the qualifying sessions. All 5 categories will be having the qualifying sessions up until 9:38 local time, if we stick to schedule. Then it'll be 2 heats, initially either 8 or 10 minutes. The Micro 60 have 8 minutes for their heats. The rest of the categories have 10 minutes plus 1 lap for their heats. And then after lunch, it'll be the Super Heat, which will be 10 minutes for the Micro 60s and 12 minutes for everybody else. And then it'll be the final to see out the day. 10 or 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And then the finals, which will be either 10, 14, 16 or 18 minutes, depending on the category. Again, plus 1 lap at the end of the day to see out what will no doubt be an amazing day's racing here at Kandava. The weather's set to stay dry, and we have a number of families and people trackside, which is always wonderful to see. So any moment now, the Micro 60, the youngsters will get rolling. I'll say 11 competitors are due to take part in the series for today. Like I said, a number of returning drivers. We've got Kasper Mesa, we have Azulis Kaspervikius, Remy Rosenthal, Remy Reitel, Karl Kukui, Carlos Gorgeous, Hugo and Ott Patai, and Benedictus Gracious, all returning drivers from last year. Some have changed chassis, some have stuck with the trusty machinery from last year. A couple of new names, Alexander Nellis driving for Chaos Academy in the Marinellis chassis, and Johan Tam, another of the Tam family, is new to the series this time around. Argo Tam was 6th in the DD2 Masters last year, and also Eunice Tam is taking part in the mini category that will be taking place after this one. We're looking at those on stream are looking at the long turn 9, where, as we can see, the start finish line. Thank you to all the officials as well that always take part, that make motor racing possible, particularly the marshals, the timekeepers, the safety crews, all ensuring that we can do what we do and love what we love. The camera there focusing in on the micro competitors, or micro class competitors. Now they are leaving the holding area, which just feeds onto these feeds straight into turn 1. So now here we go. So the first class of the day, the micro 60 category is now underway. As I said, 11 cars due to take part in this one. We'll see how they we see the starting grid. Well, we haven't formed it yet, but that is what we are looking to form in the next 6 minutes. Let's see how our newcomers, well, I say newcomers, I say quite a few returning names, but we have, like I say, a couple of new names in there as well to see how they fare against the established names. Some drivers are returning for, the second year. We've seen some of our competitors taking part in 2024. Whoops, there was a bit of confusion there coming out of turn 9 and onto turn 10. Quite see who that was that seemed to be slightly tripping over each other, but that's to be expected. You know, it's some drivers may well be say less familiar with Kandava in particular, but this is where drivers cut their racing teeth, so to speak. So we will see how this transpires as the day goes on. Now, the graphic overlay on the stream says formation lap. Of course, it's not. It is the qualifying session. It is quite a brief session to get the grid formed. We are starting to get some times on the board. It's Otseülekanne at the top of the timing for the time being with a 51.868. The rest of the times are just... Oh, that's the Patai pair. Ott and Hugo Patai at the top of the tree for the time being. And as soon as I said that, the time has then changed. Kasper Mesa in the 412 cart has jumped up to the top of the tree with 51.751. But of course, expect that to continue to come down as the drivers get more familiar with how the track flows, where the carts, everything gets up to temperature, and etc. etc. We are the camera is currently positioned. Again, those watching on stream, this is looking at turn 6. It was, and again, we're now looking over the start-finish straight. Who are we going to pick up? We're going to deal with that. That's 456, which is Johan Tam. Quite see who was directly behind him. It's improvements being made over the board. There we go. We can now see the tower currently showing the qualifying order. Carlos Corges at the top of the tree in the 432 cart with a 50.694. There was that. The duo that is currently formed. So that is 432, which is Carlos, is our current pole sitter, Carlos Corges, with an army of people right behind him. He's not holding anybody up as he's currently top of the tree, swinging around that final turn number 9. Over the line once again. Still improvements being made as they've only got a couple more minutes. So a 6-minute section disappears very, very quickly when you've got a 50-second lap. So it is currently Carlos Corges at the top of the tree with Hugo Petai right behind him. And look at that. Barely anything separating Hugo and Ott Petai. Kasper Mesa returns to the top of the tree of 50.608. It's truth. He's really showed a big improvement on his previous lap. So he's jumped up to the top of the tree for the time being. Very, very close, as you can see on the tower. A tenth of a second separating 4 drivers. Oh, that's 404, which is Alexander Nellis, one of our newcomers, being chased by treble 4, which is Hugo Petai, and that has jumped Hugo to the top of the tree by a tenth and a half, a 49.9. So Hugo again getting into the slipstream, very nicely done, and that has enabled him to get to the top of the tree. Sadly we haven't seen 427 Carl Kui take to the track. Oh, and that we can see is Hugo Petai. He thought about trying to make an overtake. Well, now's not the time to do that, Hugo. He may well be getting a little bit impatient there behind Alexander Nellis. Now, Alexander Nellis is one of our newcomers to this karting series. And there we go. So Alexander, by decision or not, has let our pole sitter go. Ott Petai jumps up into second place. Oh, and Carlos Corges returns to the top of the tree. It is very, very hotly fought at the front of our, and this is our most junior category, the micro 60 category, is the youngest of our competitors, and they are giving it a fine display of determination to really make it work, and fair play to them. They are putting on a great show. It's Carlos Corges at the top of the tree as the camera looks at Hugo Petai. Was joint in time to the thousandths of a second with Ot Petai. But they have since improved on those times. Ot Petai's just improved in time but not position, as has Roman Rosenthal. The checker flag is out. So it is all or nothing, do or die to form the grid. It looks like Carlos Corges may well be safe at the top of the tree with that 49.943, one of only two competitors to get sub 50. Fair play. Well done, Carlos Corges. He has indeed got the pole spot. So it is Carlos Corges with Hugo Petai alongside him on the front row. Ot Petai is still out there along with Remy Rosenthal. You can see a couple of cars still circulating. Here it comes. That is Ot Petai that is just coming over the line now. Does he improve? He improves in time but not position. And Remy Rosenthal almost improved on that one, but remains where he is. So it's Carlos Corges and Hugo Petai on the front row. Ot Petai and Remy Rosenthal have row 2. Johan Term and Kasper Mesar have row 3. Remy Reitel and Alexander Nellis on row 4. Azolis Kaspervikius and Benedictus Gracious have the rack row. Sadly, we didn't see Carl Korg-Kui take to the track. So the micro category, oh dear, we have a stranded cart there. The 466 is a Benedictus Gracious. Oh dear. So wasn't able to get back to the paddock under his own steam. I wonder if there was somebody else stranded with him, but we can see he has come to grief. But that brings an end to our first qualifying session of the day. Next up, very shortly, will be our mini 60s, our next category up. So similar carts, a little bit more power, a slightly older age group. We'll be back very shortly for their qualifying session. As the course vehicles complete their recovery of the stranded carts, we will be getting our mini 60 category underway shortly. 15 competitors in this grid. Again, a number of returning names. Some were promoted from the micro category last year. But there are, again, a sprinkling of new drivers in this year's lineup, which is always welcome to see. 15 competitors. We've got, like I was saying, a sprinkling of different chassis. Generally, it's the TM kart engine that's been used in this series. There are a couple of exceptions to that, but vast majority of the engines are standardized to the TM kart engine. But there are several different chassis in use. The Maranello, CRG, Birillart, Maranello, IPK, Paralin, to name but a few. And here we are. The the mini category is now underway. So these are those with a little bit more racing experience, but also of a slightly older age group than our micro 60s. Oh dear, we have a spinner already. Couldn't quite see who that is that has come to grief already. Bear in mind that this is when the field are most closely condensed and when everything is still very, very cold. So someone had a bit of a moment there as the camera is currently looking at the lead too. Well, everybody is finding their own bit of real estate, and if anyone can get a slipstream off the competitor ahead of them, why not? It will definitely help. We saw a couple of the microcarts getting that slipstream and really helping them as well. Competitors come over the line to start their first qualifying run. We did see that spin. That particular person's just coming over the line. Who was it? It was Billy James Uzaliunas. Again, I do apologize if I trip over some of these names. I have been rehearsing them, I promise you. A couple of the cars does look like they haven't. Oh no, never mind. All of our competitors have come over the lines to start their first qualifying run. Wonderful to see all 15 of our registered competitors out there, ready to take part in the side by side. There's the 307 of Johan Levy that was side by side with, I can't quite see who was led. I could have been Dominic Lepp that he was side by side with. That's a big group of karts, which would be wonderful if they were racing right now. They're racing in the sense of trying to find their own bit of space, but yes, everybody's trying to get that bit of slipstream, any kind of advantage they can get to get that tiny bit of pace over their competitors. And that's exactly what you need to do in karting. Oh, that's somebody going for a bit of a wander. I think that was Johan Levy that was exploring the outside of what I think was turn 6. It wasn't it. Oh, goodness me. That is 344. That's Dominic Lepp. That very much was not wanted to hang around. Now, the first of our hot laps now being set is Carl Hugo Korg that has got the top spot so far in the 375 car. Johan Levy, we saw getting a little bit wayward. In the 307 is currently second, with Yunus Tam in third. So already we are starting to see the pecking order being formed. Now, those that aren't getting an awful lot of slipstream may be a bit disadvantaged and this time, but that's the thing, is you get that slipstream, but you do run the risk of also tripping over them. Like, you're right, so we've got 363, which is Gordy Duelev, that has got another cart right up his tail. It's 355 of Leon Zarakov. So Leonis will have a bit of slipstream for a while, but then gets right under the bumper of the car he's chasing. And Yunus Tam now gets to the top of the tree. We have two Tams taking part in this series in two different. We've had Johan Tam in the micro category, and now we have Yunus Tam taking part in the minis. We did have Argo Tam taking part in DD2 Masters last year. So a racing family, of which there are several taking part in this championship. As you can see, all 15 carts have taken to the track then. More laps are being set, improvements, but not necessarily in position. New fastest lap for Rasmus Kors, or sorry, personal best, I should say, for Rasmus Kors. Sees him in second position, 1.5 tenths behind Yunus Tam. Sten Mihalov, 6 thousandths of a second behind Kors. So again, and this is what you expect. Oh, that's again very, very deep. That was Levy again, very deep off the exit of turn 6. Excuse me. Long right left-hander. The focus, as we are focusing on stream on the 307 kart. Oh, of course, it's closed into 11 thousandths behind Yunus Tam. It's just as I say that. It was a completed lap by Yunus, but was invalidated. Unfortunately, it was not counted. It would have been quicker, but oh no, bigger button. So his last lap was a couple of tenths slower. Excuse me. Was a personal best for Rasmus Kors. Has closed him into 11 thousandths behind Yunus Tam at the top. Johan Ladvi is a tiny bit behind, just 49 thousandths, and then just 2 thousandths back to Romit Kulamai in fourth position in the 395. We still haven't got to a tenth of a second behind the pole when we see the fifth place Sten Mielov in the 333. Oh, we've got some shuffling going on. I literally just mentioned Sten Mielov in the treble 3. 47.009 for the treble 3 card. Gets up into the current pole spot. Johan Levy in the 307 in second, with Yunus Tam now pushed down into third. So that is how quickly it can change. And this is the final lap. The checkered flag is out. It's do or die then. And of course, will start no higher than third. Simon Ojame will start in no higher than sixth in the 371, so we can see on the tower. James Uzalunas, we saw, I think was one of the cars that span earlier on. And here we go, last flurries of laps being set. Sten Mielov looks like he has secured the pole spot. He has indeed. There's a couple of the last few cars coming over the line. And there it is. So it is Sten Mielov that has got the first pole, the pole of the mini category in the treble 3. Sten Mielov on pole, and Johan Ladvi in the 307 has got second. Yunus Tam in the 399 has third, with Rasmus Kors in the 323 cart in fourth. Romit Kulamai in the 395 has fifth position, with Simon Ojame joining him on the third row in the 371. On row 4 is Carl Hugo Quark in the 375, with Gordy Duelev in the 363 in 8th position. As the timer screen has just moved on, I'll refer to my results screen. We've got Duelev, and then it is the 355 of Zarakov in 9th position. And joining him on row 5 is Dominic Lepp in the 344. Then it is Anasauskas in the 306. Before we don't even have a chance to get to the end of their results before the next category is underway. This is the OKN Juniors. Very big field. I think one of the biggest fields of the day. 19 karts in this one. Vast majority of which are returning drivers. But we do have a couple of new entrants. Aronis Rimkus in the 207 and Rumit Mosov in the 291 are new entrants to this karting championship. How many of our 19 registered competitors are going to be taken to the field? We will see when they have all crossed the line for the first time. Oh, and we've already got people scrolling over real estate once again. It is only 6 minutes, so you can understand why people just want to get out there and get on with it. They do have to warm up their brakes and tires the same as any other racing category does, but they're so heavily condensed. They've got such a small window with which to get their qualifying laps done. Now, the OKNs are bigger cars and more powerful. So those are a bit more, again, slightly older age group, but also those that have got a bit more racing experience will be handling these. The vast majority of which are the TM kart engines. There is one IAME engine in there. That's Tristan Tellis in the Tony Kart chassis. That is 283. As we're starting to see the first time to get on the board, it is Martin Maymert in the 226 that has got the current pole spot, the 44783. Everyone that is we've got 18 karts on circuit. Not sure which one we are missing as yet. I'm wondering if it's 291 that is missing for that. Oh, Bennett Corgis has just jumped up to the top of the tree with a 44.463. 0.3 of a second. That's quite a gap for the time being, but plenty. Well, I say plenty of time. It is percentage-wise plenty of time, but in realistic time, they have to get out there and get on with it. Now, these cars being a bit more powerful, they do get obviously more laps completed, so they do have more opportunities to try and improve on their qualifying time. See the technique of ducking behind the steering wheel just to improve on aerodynamic efficiency. That's the treble 2 that we're looking at on stream. That is Bennett Corgis, who has just jumped to the top of the tower with a 43.241. Getting close to sub 43 times. Now, this is when the air and the track is at its coldest, so we will potentially see faster race laps than we are seeing in qualifying. Lots of improvement, as the tower is really shuffling away. Oh, Patrick Ovandi has just jumped up into second. Not even a tenth behind Jasper Kors, beg your pardon. Aston Asma has jumped up into 5th position. And there it is. Bennett Corgis has jumped to the top of the tree again, but half a tenth, 42.984, excuse me. Our first sub 43 lap of the day, and Jasper Kors has jumped back up into that pole spot ahead of Bennett Corgis. 2 more minutes of frantic qualifying going on. And lots of shuffling going on in the tower. It's impossible to keep up with all of it because the grid is so big. So I think it is the 291 is there. Rumit Mosov is out there. No, I do apologize. So one of the registered competitors has not taken to the field, unfortunately. We have potentially had a withdrawal. But at the moment, it is Bennett Corgis by 0.2 of a second with a 42.592. Stunning effort there. More improvements being set behind. Sebastian Kurz has jumped up into sub before I've even completed the sentence, as is often the way in karting. It is such rapid fire in qualifying times. Milis Jezaitis, the Lithuanian in the 217, has jumped up into second with a 42.7. Just over a tenth behind Bennett Corgis, who just comes over the line to complete another lap. No improvement on that one. 1 minute left on the clock for our OKN juniors. Still being led by Bennett Corses. Jasper Kors manages to get back up into second with a 42.632, 400ths of a second behind Bennett Corses. Emilius Yozaitis is pushed early into third, as Patrick Orvandi has jumped back up into fourth now. And plenty of laps being completed, and plenty of improvements being found. Aston Asma back up inside the top 10. And another new pole time. Bennett Corses improves on his time, 42.499. So he's increased that gap to Jasper Kors. Oh, never mind. It's Martin Maymard now that jumps up into second. Again, a 10th of a second just over separating him. And the checker flag is now out. There's improvements all through the field. Let our competitors cross the line to make their last efforts to improve their times. That over the line is Aston Asma. That is Bennett Corses. Oh, and he proved the pole time again. A 42.484 for Corses. Comes Jasper Kors. Oh, stolen away at the end there by Jasper Kors. A 42.424 from the 231 car. Nicely done. Nicely done. And still improvements as we are looking at how the grid's going to be formed. But it's Jasper Kors from Bennett Corses on row 1. There's Emilius Yozaitis and Martin Maymard on row 2. Van Dudus Pitkus and Patrick Orvandi on row 3. Sebastian Kurz and Tristan Tellis, row 4. Patrick Treyet and Venus Zelneravikius have row 5. Klaus Hans, the national driver for Latvia, and Rumit Mosov have row 6. Gustav Radovikius and Aston Asma on row 7. Enrico Nigula and Marcus Hack on row 8. And Hedri Kadestek and Ernest have the final row. From one of the biggest grid to one of the smallest ones, the OKNs. OKN seniors, you could argue, will be up next. So we've just had the OKN juniors. And now we have the OKN. So just 2 qualifying sessions remaining. And we'll be back very shortly when the OKNs take to the track. It was only a handful of them, unfortunately. There were 6 registered to take part. Looks like 5 are leaving the holding area. But I was going to say we'll be back shortly. Shortly has already been and gone. So then, let's have a look at who is taking part in this particular grid. So, like I said, these are OKNs. These are slightly older age group, slightly more experienced than our OKN juniors. So we do have 6 registered to take part, and all 6 of them, no, one of them hasn't. So we have 5 cars on track. Here they come, coming down towards the final turn of turn 9. Sorry, penultimate turn of turn 9. Oh, someone's out of sequence. So they have 6 minutes then to form their particular grid. Franziska Masikap is the treble 1. Marcus Papp in the Swedish driver is due to take part in the 1-2-3 Cup. I don't think Marcus is actually taken to the circuit, so that's our missing in action driver. 1-8, Matas Belchius. One of the few non-TM kart engined karts out there. He's in an IAMI engined OTK chassis. Oliver Sunum has had a very busy last couple of years in the 131. 151 is Theodore Tubal, and another newcomer is 173 Emilius Bukauskas. First time lap on the board then, it is Matas Balcius that has the top of the tree for the time being with 45.9. as we expect, that will be revolutionized as the minutes tick away. Suriname, with arguably one of the with the most racing experience out there, is got some time to find, but in these early laps, you don't really expect the true pace to be seen. Yeah, so 44.547 is the current pole time by Matas Baltius, the 128 kart, as we can see on the tower. Less than a second separates our 5 competitors. Maybe a smaller grid does not necessarily mean the racing action is going to be diluted. If they're going to be that close, then we're all going to be down to slipstream management, as is often the way in, was entirely the way in karting. Now watching, that is Tubal and Baltius crossing over the line. They briefly swap pole, but that is back in the hands of the Lithuanian driver of Matas Baltius in the 128. But he's actually a newcomer to the series. Miami engined OTK chassis, driving for SJ Motorsport. He's being very, very heavily chased. It's Baltius that is chasing in, as far as on track is concerned, on track position. That is 151 Theodore Tubal he is chasing. Fifth in the OK Juniors last year was Theodore, as they come over the line once again, and they remain both improving on their lap time, and they both remain where they are on the tower. 4/10 of a second, Baltius has the pole spot at the moment. He's being given a huge slipstream by the blue and white 151 kart of Theodore Tubal. Yugisor Gardi Klubi Tony Kart chassis. It is the Miami engined OTK chassis that is currently now Theodore Tubal has had enough of being chased. He's deciding to now try and chase the pole sitter. Eventually, you could argue that because Theodore Tubal is quite tall, you can see how high he sits out of the car. It's almost an inherent disadvantage. He's got to duck down more to try and increase his aerodynamic efficiency through no fault of his own. Everybody remaining within a second, though, of that ever improving, I should say, pole time. 43.205 is the pole time set by the 128 kart of Matas Baltius. They've been chased by the Estonian Franziska Mezikap, double one. Over the line once more. Do they improve? There's an improvement in time but not position for several of our drivers. Last year's Mezikap and Tubal in particular, and also Emilius Bukauskis in the 173. Still, it is Baltius that leads the way. A few more seconds left of this qualifying session. That looked quite wide there. I think that's Mezikap that was wandering a bit coming through turn 8. And once again, and that is an improvement for Baltius. That's Tubal jumping up into second. Mezikap could not get improvement in time but not position for Franziska Mezikap. Here's Bukauskis is in fourth. Oliver Suna, with so much racing experience, has been beaten down into 5th place. 43.676 to his name. Just 0.8 of a second separates all 5 of our competitors. Just Baltius and Tubal to finish their time lapse. Oh, and at the death of the session, Theodore Tubal takes the top spot in the 151 kart. So it's Theodore Tubal and Matas Baltius, the 151 and 128 karts that have the front row. Franziska Mezikap and Emilius Bukauskis have row 2. And Oliver Sunum, one of the most experienced drivers in this field, is beaten down to last position of the 5 competing. Sadly, we did not see Marcus Papp, the Swedish driver. The 1-2-3 car did not take to the field in this one. Okay, it is our final qualifying session coming up. KZ2s are going to be taking to the field very, very shortly. And away they go. So we actually have 2 categories in this qualifying session. KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Only 2 drivers in the KZ2 Masters category. KZ2 Masters are racing the same machinery as the KZ2s. It's just they are in a different age group, shall we say, than the KZ2 competitors. And once again, we have people fighting for their own bit of real estate. We have 11 competitors registered to take part in this one. That's combining the KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. And they are scheduled to actually race separately. We will see if that remains the case, but they are allowed to qualify together. This machinery is broadly the same. All competitors as using the TM racing kart engine. Few different chassis designs. Now, of particular note, kart number 5, Patricia Keiter Stalitzana from Germany, is also racing. Is also going to be racing Lamborghini GT3 machinery. In amongst her racing commitments. Get to enjoy her company here in the number 5 kart for this weekend. Very, very well travelled, and it's quite a different set of racing machinery from KZ2 karts to Lamborghini GT3 machinery. We're showing 3 KZ2 Masters. Oh, we have somebody going very slowly. Now, are they trying to let people through, or have they had a problem? We look at kart number 21. That is Alexander Unseen, sorry, I beg your pardon. Who initially had the pole time, but that has been taken at the moment by Edgar Wilkins. Miles Akmans has got 2nd place, pushing Usneem down into 3rd. Peldis has got 4th for the time being, a 41.982. These should be the fastest category we have all weekend. I wonder if that was Stalizzani that we saw having possibly going a little bit slowly in the stream. And here we go. So more arguments for the top spot. Edgar Wilkins has improved, as did Alexander Usneem. 41.506 now on the board from the 69 car, our current pole sitter. Mera Peldis is up into 3rd now, the number 55. Emil Zachmans down into 4th. Zachmans, one of the national drivers we have representing Latvia. The stream is currently looking at number 69. That is Wilkins, who very briefly lost the pole spot to Alexander Usneem. Our first sub 41 second lap time now on the board by Edkaz Wilkin, the 69 car. Oh, jumping up into 2nd is the aforementioned national driver Emil Zachmans, the 24 car, 41.25. 0.3 of a second for Wilkins at the moment. That's a stunning effort. 12 carts currently on the field. Ah, yes, I spotted the third KZT Masters on the carts to add to my notes, as Oscar Lucas Olsing has jumped up into third. Lots of improvements going on. It's impossible to read them all out, as again, such is the nature of the beast. Our lead KZ2 Masters driver is currently Rajal Calciums in the number 9 car, currently in 6th. The Latvian of Martins Rollis. I'm adding that to my notes, so I am aware of. So I can keep up with those. Our third KZT Masters driver, Andreas Mukas, is the third KZT Masters as mentioned. But at the sharper end of the field, it is still Edkas Wilkins fending off the advances of his countryman Emils Akmens. Slightly under 0.3 of a second, but still not by much. It is a 2.5 gap, which is now, as I've said that, Alexander Uznim has answered that particular call and split the two Latvians at the top of the tree. The Estonian with a 40.664. The 21 car. Oh, we were just watching Uznim get slightly squiggly under braking. The checkered flag is out. So who is going to win out on this one? Oh, that's very, very close. That is 7, I think. That is, there is a car. That was very, very close. That was Usni, and I was 11, but Andreas Mukas. That was somewhat potentially getting in the way of Usni, but is what it is. Oh, there's still changes going on at the top of the tree. That is Volbekus just coming over the line. And that is the grid set. It is Edgar Wilkins and Emils Akmens, the Latvians that get the top of the tree in this one. Alexander Uznim and Meryl Peldas have row 2, with Oscar Lucas Orsing and Hugo Rajamet on row 3. Ricard's Calciums is our lead KZ2 Master. Patricia Keita Stalidzane, the German racer, on row 4. Numeris Volbekus on row 5, whereas Alzoyas Chekovikius on row 5. Martins Rollis and Andreas Mukas, our remaining KZ2 Master drivers, round out the field on row 6. Right, that is all of our qualifying sessions now done and dusted. So we will be having a short interlude before our first. As we can see on stream, it is it's somewhat cold, chilly temperature of 8 to 9 degrees, with fairly overcast weather. It's not going to change a huge amount over the next few hours, but crucially, no rain to be expected for our competitors. Right, so we do have a few minutes until our first race gets underway. Our micro 60 competitors. Whole spot going to Carlos Corges in the Maranello chassis for AX Racing, 432 kart. We'll be back shortly when the field are released for the opening lap, so bear with us. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Catherine.
On field then for the rolling lap is our first heat of the day. Our micro 60 category now rolling. It is Carlos Corges that has the front row with Hugo Petty alongside him. Otseülekanne and Remy Rosenthal have row 2. Johan Tam and Kasper Mesa row 3. Remy Rajal and Alexander Nellis on row 4. Julius Kaspervikius on row 5 with Benedictus Gracious on row 6. Carl Korkui did not set a time during qualifying. We'll see if the number 47 kart has taken to the track. As the 2x2 lines are now being formed. And I think that is the 47 at the back. Yes, so Carl Korkui has managed to get underway. Good to see. Right, so the 2x2 line is formed. The marshal you can see there with the board is indicating to slow down to the required speed. It's really not a good idea to be weaving whilst you're in the 2x2. You can do it if you're at the back, I guess. As the competitors just signalling to those behind them to stay slow as they now come through turn 9 and form your 2x2s. Underway. Is the race starter happy? Yes, he is. We are racing for the first time here in Kandava. What a great start from the second row. I think it was Petty that had an absolutely cracking start. Oh, is that Hugo Petty that is then challenging Cautious for the front row? It was Petty that had a brilliant start on the 4.55 from the second row. Absolutely nailed it. Brilliant job there. I was going to say from the youngsters. They're all youngsters, but absolutely great start from Petty. Currently has the lead from the pole sitter of Carlos Corges, who's not giving him any leeway in the 432 cars. We can see front and centre on stream at the moment. Then it is Hugo Petty, and that is a challenge for the lead coming down through the long turn 9, penultimate turn. No dice there for Carlos Corges over the line for the first time in anger. There's lots of gesticulating going on from several drivers, but it is Petty that leads the way. Carlos Corges second, Hugo Petty in third, then Remy Rosenthal fourth, Johan Tam in fifth, Kasper Mesa is in sixth position as they work their way through. You've got that group of 4, a lot of them in bright blue karts as well. Oh, that's Hugo Petty having a look, but does not get the run that he needs coming down towards turn 6. That group of 4 is led by Petty. Carlos Corges is the kind of odd one out as far as the colour schemes are concerned. Oh, on any impact between Hugo Petty and Carlos Corges. Very, very close. That's given Petty a kart and a half of breathing space. And now that's a training group of 2, which is Johan Tam and Kasper Mesa, have closed right in. Oh, that's deep. That's very deep for Petty. Is that going to be an opportunity then for Carlos Corges to try and get the run? Not quite. Does not have the space to do so. New fastest lap of the race, Kasper Mesa in 6th position, just at the back of this particular conga line for the lead. There goes Hugo Petty defending from Remy Rosenthal. And Remy Rosenthal can't entirely look forward. He's got to keep half an eye behind him. It's, at the moment, it is Petty that leads the way. You see the kart drivers looking over their shoulders, trying to see where the challenge is coming from through the penultimate turn once again. Petty doing a brilliant job of positioning his car where he needs to. Is that an opportunity for Corges? Not quite. Had a look, but does not challenge. Again, that's very deep for the top 2. That's Corges that's trying to get the inside line. I can't get the overlap. As Hugo Petty defending from Rosenthal once again for that 3rd position, and that goes, that's Hugo Petty that gets the inside line. Coming down towards turn 5, gets that, it's a Petty 1-2 at the moment, and then immediately defends from the counter-attack from Carlos Corges. Great effort, technical flag then from Alexander Nellis, so trouble for the 404 at the tail end of the field. That's a shame. There's a newcomer in the Maranello kart for Racing Academy. But at the sharp end of the field, it is Petty from Hugo Petty at the top of the field. Family Petty lead the way. Carlos Corges, our pole sitter, is hanging on in there, but cannot get the overlap. Remy Rosenthal has got a great ringside seat for what's going on ahead. He had a bit of a think of it on the inside of turn 5, does not commit to that one. Little bit of a gap forming now between Casper Mesa and Raymond Rosenthal. And Johan Tam at the back of the pack, or back of this pack, I should say, in 6th place. Fastest lap, Carl Corcui, who didn't set a lap in qualifying, he's got the fastest lap of the race. And again, look how defensive Hugo Petai has to be coming down towards turn 9. Keeps the advances of Carlos Corges at bay. Family honours may well be at stake, but they still want to be improving the road position rather than trying to defend family honour. Oh, you can see Hugo Petai really had to think about that as Carlos Corges tried to get the momentum he needs. And again, you see Petai possibly compromising his line, taking a tight line to turn 5, and immediately goes for the defensive posture on the run up to turn 6 to try and keep Carlos Corges at bay. Right behind them, Remy Rosenthal. They've got a bit of a gap now between themselves and the next pair. Not much of a gap. And again, Hugo Petai having to go to that defensive line, but that just compromises his line. His initial entry into that turn 9. It's defending all the time, is Hugo Petai. He's still keeping up, though, with Aqva Petai right ahead of him. No, Fellas, not has made a mistake. It's again gone too deep into turn 1. And then the Petais have swap round, but then Hugo goes way too deep down into turn 4. And manages then to swap back as they come through turn 5. And there's almost side by side. Now they're going to go 3 wide on the run up towards turn 6. Aqva Petai on the inside line. He's got that one done. Very patiently, very patient attack there. But that's condensed that group back into one big group of 6 now, as that's allowed Casper Mesa and Johan Tam to close back in. Again, that is Hugo having a look on the outside line. Can't get that one done. What a great scrap going on for the lead, and only got a couple more minutes to run. There's 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this race. As Alexander Nellis sadly having to bring the 404 in, and that's a look on the inside line for Corges. He's got past Hugo Petai, but Hugo immediately has counter-attacks, and then you've got an attack from Casper Mesa on Remy Rosenthal. And then Johan Tam is following through. That's absolutely brilliant. That's how quickly one tiny mistake from Remy Rosenthal has just cost him 2 positions. That is how close this particular group is. And then the next pair, Remy Rajal and Carl Corgikui, are not far behind. Fastest lap of the race still belonging to the 427 of Carl Corgikui. Now, as they climb over the line, then the tower updates. It is still the Petai pair up front. Hot from Hugo. Then it is Corges. Oh no, the Petais will swap round. Hugo gets the inside. Oh, but Ott just takes the too much curve on the inside of turn 5. And that's allowed Carlos Corges to get the momentum he needs inside of turn 6. Oh, nearly impact between them. And that mistake from Ott Petai has dropped him from the lead right the way down to 6th. From the front to the back. A couple of mistakes in that lap has just cost Ott Petai so dearly. That is the nature, though. That's the nature of the beast. And now it is Hugo Petai holding the family honours up front. There we go, 5 positions as Aqva Petai immediately counter-attacks, but has he done it too early? Trying to attack against Remy Rosenthal. Did he get it done? Well, I mean, they're both coloured blue, so it's difficult to tell. As that's Mesa. I think that's gotten ahead of Cautious. They're side by side on the run up towards turn 6. Hugo Petai doing his thing. Yes, it is. Casper Mesa has got that second position from Carlos Corges. Hugo Petai is holding on under all the pressure. Again, he keeps that defensive line. You can see he's checking over his shoulder quite frequently. He has to. Gets the inside line. Through turn 9, this should be the final lap of the race then. The +1. Hugo Petai would have loved it if the +1 wasn't there. That is Aqva Petai under challenge. Oh, and there's impact! Oh, that's the 422 of Remy Rosenthal that clattered into the side of Aqva Petai. into turn one. That is such a shame, but there's a challenge then for third. Oh, and in the blink of an eye, the lead has changed. Kasper Mesa gets the inside line on Hugo Petai, and then immediately goes defensive, breaking the momentum of the treble four. What a time to time! What a time! I'll try the whole sentence again. What a well-timed attack from Kasper Mesa. Brilliant effort. The 4-1-2 was fifth in the micro category last season in the Marylander chassis, and over the line, well timed. That is Kasper Mesa takes the win. You have every reason to be happy about that. Hugo Petai second, Carlos Corges in third, Johan Tam up into fourth, Carl Kui, who still maintained the fastest lap of the race, has come home in fifth. Petai, one mistake, dropped him from the lead to sixth in that race. Remy Reitel in seventh, Remy Rosenthal in eighth, Benedictus Gracious in ninth. Azolas Kaspervikius rounds out our top 10, with sadly Alexander Nellis having to retire after only 6 laps. What a race, what a finish. That was fabulous. What a way to open the scoring here at Kandava. And coming off the field then is our micro contingent, and then it is our mini 60s that will be up next. Cloud cover just keeping the sun away, keeping the worst of the sun away, we should say. But what a way to open the racing festivities here at Kandava. What an excellent result. 4-1-2 of Mesa taking the win on that final lap. Wonderful stuff. We can hear we can see the mini 60s are ready to go. Note of who has finished where for the micros. And away go the minis then, so they'll have their rolling lap. Those that may not be familiar with the starting procedure, they will have one rolling lap, towards the end of which they will have to form the 2x2 line. As we look at the qualifying then, or the grid order, it is Sten Mielov and Johan Leidvi on row 1, Yunus Tam and Rasmus Kors on row 2, Remy Kulamai and Simon Ojamai, row 3, Carl Hugo Kork and Gordy Dulev on row 4, Leonid Zarakov and Dominic Lepp, row 5, Bernardus Anusauskas, my apologies, on row 7, Alfred Vesky, Aris Pascalis Bagatiris on row 8, Alexander Estrin and Villa James Uzeliunius round out the field. Big field for our mini contender, one of the biggest fields of the weekend. It was 15 cars originally. They have their out lap and one formation lap. Go around the circuit twice in essence. They will be signalled then to reduce their speed on the 2x2 line, which they're just starting to do. As long as it is formed by the time they come through turn 8. That's the expectation. Just coming through turn 7 now, though, you can see the flag marshal on the side indicating for them to slow down. Two by two line is formed. You see some of the drivers there As you can see, the front row gesticulating to ensure that everybody is formed up. We have got one gap there. It was about, oh no, never mind, they have formed it. And they floor it. They have to form the 2x2 columns. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. We are racing here for our mini contingent. Oh, 3 wide to the first turn. Oh, there's a lot of swapping going on. Oh, we've got impact at the back. Oh my goodness, that was a big impact there for, trying to see what the car number was. Couldn't quite see it, but that was a big impact towards the tail of the field. Now we have got the front runners starting to form side by side there for 375, or that might be 395 of Kuupäev. No, it was 375, excuse me. That's Carl Hugo Quark that's made some great progress in the opening lap. It is 399. That's Yunus Tam from third place. But has got up into the lead. He's been chased by treble 3 Sten Mielov. Oh, the pole sitter's having a look on the inside line. He's got the run and gets back up into the lead side by side behind us. Corgan Levy that's arguing for second position, and then right on the inside line is 395 of Romek Kuupäev. Oh, very, very wide left. I didn't quite see who that was on the stream, but it is Yunus Tam that has crossed the line in first, but he's already been demoted back, and by Mielov has got a good couple of kart lengths to himself now. Instead, Mielov has been thrown to the wolves. Carl Hugo Quark right behind him. So fantastic scrapping then from our mini 60s. We look at 307. That's Johan Levy over the line once again. We've got side by side. That's Kuupäev. No, sorry, it's Korg. Sorry, challenging Mielov for second. And again, Yunus Tam with about half second to himself, which in karting terms is no short distance. Might be better. Was that Aris Pascalis Brigaterius that had the early trouble in the race? The 367 card, he's actually in the pits, so I suspect it is him that had the trouble. Oh, that's an inside challenge there. Coming through turn 8. 307. That's Johan Levy. Can't get it done though. 371 of Simon Ogerbe. Oh, that's a challenge that has gone horribly wrong for Levy. That's cost him, that's pushed him down to 7th now as a result of that. With the top 3. Jonas Tam, fastest out of the race, 47.604 for the 399 kart, leading away by 0.6 of a second. Sten Mielov, our pole sitter, in second with Korg right behind him in the 375. Very, very close. Oh, switchy there for Carl Hugo Korg. And just to keep the kart pointing on the straight and narrow, and then you've got a big group right behind them. Podium 3 though have broken away. Was that a look there for Johan Levy, wanting desperately to get further up the field. Oh, big defensive posture there for, that was Simon Ogerbe. He manages to soak up all that pressure. There's a big move there for 307. That's Johan Levy. Oh, 395 of Romek Kuupäev. Having it all very slammed in his face there. New fastest up the race by the pole sitter, Sten Mielov. 47.323. Oh, very, very deep there from Dominic Leb. Just about manages to keep that one off out of the grass. Exploring the track limits. Very, very much so. Look on the inside. But no dice there. The podium 3 really close together now, side by side. Look how defensive Ogerbe's having to go, defending that 4th place. That's really put him off for turn 1. But again, that puts Levy on the outside line. He's being challenged by 344 Dominic Leb. And then there's an immediate counter challenge there by Johan Levy that remain in the positions they started the lap in. This block of 4 is nearly a block of 7. All very, very close again. Let's look at the podium 3 now. You could literally walk from one to the other if they were stationary. Jonas Tam leading the way in the 399 kart. Sten Mielov, the pole sitter in qualifying, right under his bumper and right nearly on top of him is Carl-Hugo Korg in the 375. Over the line once again. Look at the group behind. Oh, was that a bit deep there for Rajal in the 371? Unfortunately, or Johan Levy could not get the opportunity to overtake. Dominic Lepp is really pressuring hard, and he's got the overlap at turn 5, but no, the door gets slammed in his face. Was that a gesticulation there from Johan from Levy? Oh, then who makes a move on the run down towards turn 7? Oh, look at that! And immediately following him is Dominic Lepp in the 344. Oh, has there been trouble up top? As that's Korg that now leads the way. So the top 3 have now completely changed around. Whilst we were looking at the battle for 4th, it's now Carl-Hugo Korg that leads away. Yunus Tam in 2nd, Sten Mielov in 3rd. But Sten Mielov is suddenly quite a bit behind them. Side by side coming down towards turn 5. Look how defensive Carl-Hugo Korg's trying to be. Yunus Tam is putting all the pressure on. No change for the lead there. Oh, is that an outside that turns into an inside? Nearly impact between the top 2. And that's allowed Sten Mielov to close back in on them. I don't envy our amazing TV crew here, because there's battles all over the place. We are really enjoying that. Interesting gesticulation there from Yunus Tam. Well, obviously, we don't know what he's trying to gesticulate towards Sten Mielov. Maybe trying to work together to keep Carl-Hugo Korg in check. As Ojame is now down to the 7th, although he's just taken the position in that lap from Gordy Dulev, who's now got the back of that particular group. We are looking currently at the battle for 2nd place between Yunus Tam and Sten Mielov. See how they tuck themselves in behind the steering wheel just to improve the aerodynamic efficiency of these go-karts. The field finally settling into his rhythm. These are our sprint races of the day. The longer races, the super final and the final after lunch, will be the longest duration of the weekend. Just like Yunus Tam, slightly broken away from Sten Mielov. Through turn 6 to come. A little bit deep there for Tam, but no harm, no foul on that one. Like again, the top 3 could well be condensing up. Was a small respite, comparatively speaking, for Carl-Hugo Korg. The line they come. Oh, that's very deep for the leader. That could be trouble. Very deep through turn 1. That's allowed Yunus Tam to close right under the bumper of our leader. But Sten Mielov right there as well. All it takes is one mistake, and when the field is this close, that mistake can be very, very, very costly. Fastest lap of the race last time around has now changed to Johan Levy in 4th, 307. He's broken away from the group behind him. There you can see 4th place car at the top of the shot, those watching the stream. Through turn 9, through turn 10, come on, lead 3. 1:13 plus 1 lap left, so 3 laps remaining for the opening heat of the Mini 60 category. 4 from Tam and Mielov glued together. They work their way through turn 5. Towards 6. Well, that looked a little bit deep there for Yunus Tam. That's Sten Mielov. Quite get the overlap he needed. Gap is coming down between them and Johan Levy, but not quick enough for the 307 to be able to challenge the top 3, not without a major incident for our top 3 competitors. Not showing any signs of that at the moment. 2 to go. once again, top three absolutely glued together. Tam looking to pressure Borg for that lead spot once again, but like we saw in race one, the well-timed attack may well be the order of the day, or usually the order of the day. Kasper Mesa took the win. Very brilliant style. By timing his attack on the very final lap. Tam can't keep all eyes, all attention forward as then Milov is right with him. Oh, and again, that's deep for Korg, and that's the opportunity the Jonas team needs. Oh, and there's impact between the pair of them as they come through turn two, turn three. And immediately, Tam's having to defend very hard. There's not an opportunity for Carl Hugo Korg to re-attack. No, you saw how defensive Tam had to go on the run up towards turn six. And again, the 375 has to think about the inside line, can't get it done. Jonas Tam making his cut very wide, glues himself to the inside line on the run towards the penultimate turn. And that could well be the top three decided. Your winner for the first heat for the mini category is Jonas Tam. Carl Hugo Korg led most of the way, but was defeated into second at the death of the race. Then Charles Belton podium 8, fastest lap goes to Johan Levy in fourth, Dominic Lapp in fifth, Romet Kulamai in sixth, Rasmus Kors in seventh, Simon Oshame in eighth, Leonis Zarikov ninth, Alfred Vesky in 10th place, Bernadas Anusauskis in 11th, Bill James Buzeliunis in 12th, and Zanda Estrin in 13th. We lost in the course of the race Gordy Duellid and Aras Pascalis and Bagaterius. Whew. Now I have an opportunity to catch my breath. That was fantastic. You see a replay on stream of the start. There's that big three-wide moment there. But then you look towards the back of the fields, and there it is. So it looked like there was trouble already brewing for, I think it might have been Bagaterius. It was just absolutely flat out side by side there with 375. That was Korg. And it was just relentless pressure. But it was just one mistake from Carl Hugo Korg towards the end of the race. It cost him the last 307 of Levy just getting hit checked there right the way down the field after that. Oh, goodness me. Right, I have an opportunity to catch my breath as our next heat of the day, which is our OKN Juniors. Biggest grid of the weekend will be up next. Then the next grid has been released. It is our OKN juniors that are on the field. Jasper Kors has the top spot with Bennett Cautious alongside him on row 1. Emilius Yazaitis on row 2. Alongside him is Martin Mahmoud. Idunus Paktikas and Patrick Orvandi have row 3. Sebastian Kurz and Tristan Tellis on row 4. Patrick Trayet and Vanius Zanavikius on row 5, Klaus Hans and Rumit Nosov on row 6, Gustav Radovikius and Astanesma on row 7, Enrico Nugula and Marcus Hart on row 8 with Rikadastik and Aronis Rimkus ending out the field at the tail end of our biggest field of the weekend on their formation lap then. So they've done the out lap. And now on the formation lane, we can see the marshals already signalling on the outside line to for them to slow down and form the 2x2s. It's really discouraged to weave when you're in the 2x2 line, but some still feel the need to do so. Big group in this particular field. So 19 were registered to take part. Top of the tree is Casper Yours, the Tony Kart chassis racing for Nois Racing Team. Again, those at the front signaling to the back to slow down. A lot of smoke coming out of these little engines. Those at the back, probably enjoying that one too much. Over the into the two columns. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. We are racing then. The first heat for the OKN Juniors is now underway, but that's very deep for a number of these cars. These are a bit bigger and more powerful than the micros and the minis that we've seen. Oh my goodness, it is very busy. Coming through turn 3. My word, it's getting very close and personal there. But screaming down towards the top spot. It looks like Jasper Kors has held on to the pole spot. He had a really good start. And Bennett Cautious right behind the 217. No, that's Emilius Yazaitis that has gotten up into second position. And immediately defending Jasper Kors, beg your pardon, has defended the inside line coming through the penultimate turn. Emilius Yazaitis means business. He looks one way, jumps to the other, but can he slow it down? Yes, he can. So Emilius Yazaitis then gets that top spot. Very well driven in the 231 kart. My goodness me, the Nois Racing Team, the Tony Kart chassis, has gotten that top spot and has already started to give himself a little bit of breathing space, as Jasper Kors is now having to defend from Vidunus Pitkiss in the 282. Work their way through towards the penultimate turn, and immediately Kors has a look on the inside line. Can't get it done though. Has to remain where he is. Over the line once again. That's a huge group in that lead battle. Immediately defensive was Yazaitis, but that is Vidus Pittis that has stolen away second, side by side, right behind the 226 of Martin Mahmoud. Is getting that inside line. Treble 2 of Bennett Cautious has somehow remained in position, but look at Yazaitis now. He has got himself some karma. It's very deep for a pole sitter. The 231 has gone too deep. Jasper Kors has lost that position to Vidunus Pitkiss. Down to third then for Kors. Big group starting to fragment a little bit. So a group of 5 then forming. Emilius Yazaitis is really capitalizing on the scrubbing behind. Several side-by-sides going on, but no contact between several of the drivers. Oh, goodness me, with the field so big, it's very hard to keep up with all of them. Jasper Kors down into 4th when they cross the line. The distinctive white and blue colouring of the 231. From pole to 4th in a couple of laps. Emilius Yazaitis has built up nearly a second gap. You can see him really breaking away. Pictus second, Cautious third. Kors 4th, Maynard in 5th, with Sebastian Kurz in the 214 in 6th position. Fastest lap was briefly in the hands of Yezaitis, but also moving through the field, Gustas Radovicius in 6th position in the 201 has now stolen away the fastest lap, 43.267 for him. Now the field's starting to settle down. Yezaitis very much enjoying the lead. There he goes through the shot. Those watching stream. Oh, is that a little bit deep there for Pictis in the 282. Manages to hold off the advances of Bennett Corges in the treble 2. More they fight, the more that keeps Jasper Kors in riding contention. Right behind him is Martin Maymard. Gustas Radovicius. Radovicius getting the inside line in the 201. Oh, lots of squabbling going on. That was cautious. Getting a bit uncomfortable. He goes wide, but on his inside line is our pulse hitter, Jasper Kors. Steals away third. Immediately goes defensive. Here comes, that's Maymard, I think, in the 201. No, that's Radovicius, sorry, in the 201. Has a think about it, but does not get the overlap. 3 wide as they come down towards the penultimate turn. We'll have to see how that one all turns out when they cross over the line. Pingelised is missing out on all this amazing action going on. And inside line there, that was very deep there for, I think that was gorgeous. Oh, that was impact there. Couldn't quite see which 2 cars came together. I think that was Patrick Trails that was the one that nudged the back of what would be Tristan Tallis. Wow, absolutely incredible. Some of the fastest karts here. The KZ2s have that honour, but again, some of the quickest machinery here are having a fantastic battle. There's Radovicius up another position, and that's a move there. But are they going to go too deep? That's the 223 of Patrick Ovandi on Patrick Trails. Oh, goodness me. So many battles to be dealing with. The lead is not one of them. Emilius Yezaitis has got himself 1.3 seconds over his pursuers. The Vidunis Pitkis that is in second, but he's still being challenged by Jasper Kors, the 231. So we can see on stream now, they've got themselves a bit of breathing space over Gustas Radovicius, who's just set the fastest lap of the race though, the 201. Whoop, there was someone kicking up dust in the background of the shot. But Yezaitis still leads the way. Lightly diminished lead, but not by much. As you can see there, that's Kors thinking about an inside maneuver coming up towards turn 5, but no dice there. 282 holds firm. Vidunis Pitkis. Sorry, I keep saying that the wrong way around. Keeps that second place to himself for now. Look at Gustas Radovicius getting very, very close to the pair ahead of him. He's very much in contention now to challenge for the podium 3. Bennett Corges and Sebastian Kurz are very close together. Then there's a big old group behind them. Currently, the stream looking at the battle for second position, 3 cars deep, with Pictis, Kors, and Radovicius. Through the penultimate turn they come. The lead down to just over a second. It does look like there's a potential challenge for second. That's Gustas Radovicius, the third of this particular trail, looks to challenge Jasper Kors, who in turn dives on the inside line at turn 6. And that has actually cost 2 positions for Pictis. 282 kart was slightly put off there as Radovicius capitalizes on that, banzais the inside of the penultimate turn. Just the 201. And Gustas Radovicius from 4th to 2nd in a single lap. Great manoeuvre. Fastest lap is now Sebastian Kurz on that lap. The 214 kart has taken that particular spot. That three-way fight is now a five-way fight as Bennett Cautious and the aforementioned Sebastian Kurz joining that group. That is a battle for second place that currently Gustas Radovicius leads. Just because there. Idunus Pitkiss in 4th. Bennett Cautious 5th, Sebastian Kurz. Fastest lap belonging to the 214 car, the tail end of this particular conga line. Pingelised is just enjoying the fact that everyone behind him is having an argument. Oh, tiny bit deep there for Radovicius. It's those tiny mistakes that are very, very costly in a group like this. We've lost 2 in the course of the race. Klaus Hans, national driver, is out along with Martin Maymert. Those 2 are back in the pit, sadly. But continuing along their merry way with less than a minute on the clock. There'll be 1 lap thereafter, so penultimate lap now about to begin. Pingelised continuing to lead the way. His lead down to 1.1, but will be sufficient at that rate. Plenty of fighting going on behind this group as well. Our eyes at the moment on the battle for second position that currently is being led by Gustas Radovicius in the 201. At the moment, Jasper Kors has got no particular answer. He's defending from those behind, which is Vidunus Pictus, the 282, who in turn is defending from Bennett Cautious in the treble 2. Sebastian Kurz can only look on at the back of this particular group. Over the line they come. Final lap is about to begin. The final lap board is shown to our drivers. Oh, again, that looked a tiny bit deep there because as... Oh, was that... Oh, that's a retirement. I was going to say, that's the 226. That's Henry Katterstick. Oh, goodness me. I thought that was someone that had just spun, but sadly, that kart is stranded. No, 226. No, Katterstick is 266, excuse me. That's Martin Maymert. He's been there for a few laps, sadly. Oh, is that a bit of a challenge there? So this top group has fragmented. But it's not enough to challenge Pingelised. He takes the win in the first heat for the OKN Juniors. Gustav Radovicius second. Jasper Kors with the fastest lap at the end of the race is in third. Bennett Cautious 4th. Vidunus Pictus demoted to 5th in the end. Sebastian Kurz in 6th. Christian Tellus in 7th. Patrick Avandi 8th. Patrick Trialt in 9th. Aston Asma rounds out the top 10. Vinus Zalnavicius in 11th. Rumen Mosov in 12th. Marcus Hart in 13th. Aronis Rimkus in 14th. Enrique Nogada in 15th. Henry Katterstick, who I thought had retired earlier on, but he's still running. 16th. We lost in the course of the race Martin Maymert. We saw his car stranded on the inside of what I think was turn 7. Klaus Hans, unfortunate for the 248. See the replay of all the jostling going on. Absolutely superb stuff. We didn't see an awful lot of impact between them. Look how heavily these drivers are having to defend. The early impact there we saw with the 226 of Martin Maymert, sadly, who retired later on in the race. That was where the 231 of Jasper Kors made the move in the inside line. Sadly, lost out on that one to Gustas Radovicius later on in the lap. Fine work from our OKN Juniors. That was how it ended with Pingelised at the top of the tree. So a bit of tidying up for our amazing ground crew to have to deal with, and a few cars to have to recover. We'll be back shortly with our next heat of the day. The OKN's a bit of a smaller grid, as we know, but with racing as frantic as we've seen, it's still going to be great fun to watch. Stick with us. We'll be back shortly. Next group have left the holding area, so that is our OKN seniors, you can say. Sadly, only 5 of our 6 registered competitors are taking part, so they are going to be led by the 151 of Theodore Tubal. Alongside him is 128 of Matas Balsius. On row 2 is the treble 1 of Franziska Messikap and Emilius Baukauskas. Tail of the field is Oliver Sunum, who's probably one of the most experienced racers of the group of 5. One we have lost is our Swede 123 Marcus Papp. Is not taking the start, sadly. But they still follow the same start procedure. 2 by 2 into the columns. Is the starter happy? Didn't see the green flag drop. Admittedly. No, it's now the green flag was not waved there. I think, yeah, you can see the yellow flag markers are indicating to the drivers that the starter was not happy with that formation. If the green flag is not shown, they have to do the formation lap again. They must remain in the 2 by 2 columns, as we've seen perfectly executed by our micro, mini, and OKN junior categories. So they have to do the rolling lap again. And as you can see, 2 by 2 is formed once more. See then, will they get it right the second time? The green flag will be waved. If the starter is happy, away they go. Yes, he is. We are racing then. 10 minutes this time, plus 1 lap. Oh, what a big challenge there. That's Oliver Sunum challenging Emilius Bukowskis for that 4th position. Top 3 now glued together. Theodore Tubal, the 151. Still leading the way. Matas Balsius. Starting to fall slightly back off of Theodore. Franziska Messikap in 3rd position. With that challenge early on between Sunum and Bukowskis. Let's drop them a little bit back. Look how defensive that the treble 1 is going. That's actually Messikap who's made the move on Balsius in the course of the lap. Theodore Tubal holds the top spot. Messikap 2nd. Balsius 3rd. Bukowskis in 4th. So he's actually, Bukowskis has actually reclaimed that position back from Sunum. Not too far back. And there's a move from Matas Balsius on the inside line coming down towards turn 5. I've been going on that turn 5. It's actually turn 4, I beg your pardon. But that challenge is kind of pushing them a little bit more towards the Bukowskis and Sunum battle. That's allowing Theodore Tubal to really run away at the front of the field. Balsius back ahead of Messikap, as you can see on the tower now. Bukowskis and Sunum closing in actually on that battle for 2nd. Theodore Tubal, the 151 car, the Tony Kart chassis. Yugisu Kurdi. Again, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Apologies if not. Theodore Tubal. They're already into the sub 44s. He's starting to make him a statement of intent. Unfortunately, the graphic there for most positions gain came up. They're actually back in their starting positions. But that said, they have had quite a few swaps of positions so far, and now everyone except for Oliver Sunum is in the sub 43s. Sub 44s. New fastest lap of the race again by Theodore Tubal. Theodore, we didn't see racing last year. 2024, he was 5th in the Estonian OK Juniors, and the Baltic Championship was 4th in the OK Juniors. He's continuing to lead the way. Again, another fastest lap. Now leading by just shy of 1.3 seconds from Matas Balcius. Has not been able to shake off the advances yet of Francisco Mazicap. I think he needs a look though. You saw him look over his right shoulder coming out of turn 5. Come on once again. It is fastest lap after fastest lap for Theodore Tubal. Bear in mind, he's doing that without any kind of slipstream whatsoever. That is a fantastic turn of pace for our race leader. Battle for second is still very, very much on. Bukauskas has shaken the advances now of Oliver Sunum, who's got himself into the sub 44s now, but he's still a little bit off the pace. Tubal. Yet again, another fastest lap, 43 flat now for the Estonian. All eyes at the moment on this battle for second place. Francisco Mazicap in the treble one. The Birilat chassis. You see the Tark Racing. Was 12th in the Estonian OK Junior category. Same team as this time. 9th in the OK Juniors the year before. But this man, Theodore Tubal, is not to be denied. Not to be denied yet, and he's now into the sub 43s. Every lap faster and faster. A break from racing last year. Took a break from kart racing, I should say, last year. In the OK Junior category in 2024. In the bigger age gap, bigger age group, sorry. And every lap has been a faster lap. Now Matas Balcius has now claimed the fastest lap of the race. That was still a personal best for Theodore Tubal. But now Matas Balcius is stolen away the fastest lap, 42.740 for the 128 karts. He's a newcomer to the series. OTK chassis, one of the few Iami engine karts in this weekend's festivities. The penultimate turn through turn 8 into turn 9. Another 10th of a second chipped away, or just under. Theodore Tubal's built up quite a lead. 3 and a bit minutes plus 1 lap to go going to be quite a push for Matas Baltius to close that gap down. He has fended off the advances of Francisco Mezicat, treble one. Not enough that one mistake wouldn't completely rewrite that course of action. And now the fastest lap goes back to Theodor Tubal. Seeing that his gap has closed down a little bit. Not having that. But other than that, everyone else just staying consistent. Oliver Sunim, new personal best there, 43.221. Off the ultimate pace, but closing back in on Emilius Bikauskas. The battle for wooden spoon avoidance is not yet done and dusted. There's only about 8/10 between them. And now the fastest lap has changed hands again. He's back in the hands of Matas Baltius. Still hovering around 1.6 seconds though. Ever less time for Baltius to do anything about it. As a look over his shoulder, sees where Francisco Mezicat is. Does not need to fear any challenge at the moment. 1.5 minutes remain. Over the line, our race leader comes. Reopens that gap back up to 1.8 seconds. So any challenge that Matas Baltius is trying to offer, Theodor Tubal at the moment has an answer to it. However, right behind Baltius, Francisco Mezicat has really closed in. Personal best for the treble one and a personal best for Emilius Bikauskas as well. So Oliver Sunim being put in his place a bit by the 173 Lithuanian, who's our other newcomer to the series, and the Baltic Karting Academy team, CRG Sassy. And another fastest lap of the race by Theodor Tubal, 42.567 now on the board. Break away from racing last year seeming to do him some good, judging by this performance. He was fourth in the Baltic Karting Championship OK Junior category, fifth in the Estonian OK Junior category. Looking at how competitive that class is, as we've seen in the previous lap, that is no mean feat whatsoever. As the final lap board is now being shown, that's another fastest lap of the race by Theodor Tubal. If he had backed off, he has chosen not to continue to do so. That gap now over 2 seconds. A new personal best for Mezicat and also for Sunim. Maybe a little bit too late for Oliver Sunim, but it is not too late for Mezicat to mount an offensive against Matas Baltius for second place. Will anything come of it? We will see. Through the penultimate turn they come. And your winner for the first heat for the OKN category is Theodor Tubal. Matas Baltius comes home in second. Francisco Mezicat has third place. And Emilius Bikauskas keeps the late challenge from Oliver Sunim at bay to hold on to fourth position. So they may well have finished when they qualified, but they gave it everything they had. And fastest lap after fastest lap for Theodor Tubal. Absolutely stunning effort for him. Right, our OKNs can come to rest as we see how the start ended up. There was a few swaps for position. Oh, they got very, very close to the intensity down into turn one. There you see Matas Baltius trying to challenge back for that second position, which he eventually managed to do over Francisco Mezicat. The 1-1-1 was not able to re-challenge for that position before the checkered flag fell. There was nothing to detract from the achievement of Theodore Tubal. A very commanding grip of category for the 151 kart. Sees the victory go to him. Right, our next group is getting ready. So it's KZ2 combined with our KZ2 Masters. So Edgar Wilkins has the top spot in the 69 car, with Emil Zachmans, again another national driver, joins him on row 1. Alexander Usnim and Meryl Peldes on row 2. Oscar Lucas Orsing and Hugo Rajamets on row 4. Rickard Calciums and Patricia Kaita Stalitzana, the German representative, on row 5. Numis Volkabes and Aloysius Chekovikius on row 6. Martins Rollis and Andreas Mukas rounding out the field. So Calcium's our lead KZ2 master in the number 9 cards. The rest of the field with our back to Martins Rollis and Andreas Mukas, the other 2 KZ2 masters. Rollis, a bit of a late entry to proceedings. That's fantastic tyre weaving there from Edgar Volkins. Huge amount of weaving going on. The field is somewhat fragmented and may well actually be ushered to close that down. So it is quite a gap because they're not allowed to overtake each other. They are putting a lot of effort though in these KZ2 tires into brakes as well as tyres. I mean, everybody does, but that seems to be a huge... It's a lot of... I'm quite surprised actually the rolling lap is quite slow here. A lot of effort into the slowing it down, speeding it up, so putting a lot of energy into the brakes. Again, look at the gap between Ignas Wilkins and Emil Zachmans, first to second. The Alexander Usnim is holding a bit of a gap. Again, they have to be very careful. If they overtake, they must give the position back, which of course they will do. They're very familiar with this. It is a standing start. That's why they're not in a huge hurry to get back to the grid. So then, a standing start for Fields. Much more straightforward starting procedure. See the drivers just using their hands just to get their cars into position delicately. Wave of the flag indicates that everybody is in position. Everyone revving away, smoke billowing, and away we go. We are racing here in Kandava, and what a start for Achmans around the outside. Can't get it done though, and here comes Usnim to try and get a second, and he get it done. That is very close. The 21 car gets a bit of a hip check there from Emil Achmans. But they remain where they are as far as the top 3 are concerned. Edgar Wilkins enjoying the fact those behind him are giving it, are having a bit of an argument between themselves. They remain as they started. Wilkins from Achmans from Usnim, your top 3. Now have the field behind them change. We'll see when they come over the line for the first time in anger. Also challenge number 5, that is Stalitzana. He was under challenge this, so Orsning got ahead of Peldes in the course of the lap. Everybody else remaining with her. Chekovikius, I'm not sure, has started this race. The 27 car, I don't think the 27 has taken the start. That is a shame. So 11 of our scheduled starters are on field at the moment. Right. They settle into their rhythm. Very, very close there between 17 car of Oscar Lucas Orsing and Meryl Peldes in the 55. That's a challenge for 4th position. Our top 3 settling into rhythms now. Here's Wilkins. 41.7 for him. It's claiming the fastest lap. Oh, and that is us. Who was that? Was that Chekovikius that was on the side of the road? Or was that It was. It's the 27 car, so a late start from Aloysius Chekavikius. Perhaps was not in the meeting area on time, but has been allowed to start the racing. He's, of course, a lap down as a result, but oh, big slide there. That's a potential challenge for fourth. That was Orsing that had a big slide, but was not able to was able to hold on to that one. Into turn one comes Orsing, very hotly challenged by Peldes. 3, now 4. Up towards 5. So where they are for the time being. Towards the front though, looks like Ackermans is falling into the clutches of Alexander Usnim. 21 kart will have a challenge, be able to challenge here. Usnim with the new fastest lap of the race, a 41 flat. Look at how close the 55 is. That's Merrill Peldes. You make the... Has a look on the inside line coming down towards turn 4. Can't get it done though. Oh, look at this though. That's Usnim on the back of Ackermans. No joy though. Still kept where he is. New fastest, even though he's challenging for second. Alexander Usnim, another new fastest lap of 40.912 for the 21 kart. Because Ackerman's really defending very heavily. Coming through turn 4. Positioning his car perfectly well. Breaking the momentum for Alexander Usnim. Oh, but it's not enough though. Usnim, big move on the inside of turn 7. And gets the job done. Through the penultimate turn and over the line then. So that is a change for second place. Stella Dani has lost a position as well to Hugo Razamets for 7th place. But now, what can Usnim do? His new fastest lap of the race goes to Edgar Wilkens, our race leader. 40.850 in the 69 kart. What can he do? One of the few Sodi chassis in the weekend. Through the penultimate turn they come. 1.4 seconds over the line last time was the lead. A new fastest lap for Wilkens opens that gap another couple of tenths. Also get Pelder still glued together for fourth. The field are minding their own business somewhat. As sadly, Chekavikius had to bring his kart back in again. But whatever is ailing the 27 is still clearly the case. Aloysius Chekavikius in the 27 IPK chassis. Not starting the season as he would like to. Look at the gap that Usnim is now starting to build. Still another 10th on the lead though for Edgar Wilkens. 69 kart, stretching his legs up front. Looking at where he left off. Still some distance to go. Don't count the chickens until they're hatched, as an old English phrase goes. They will start well, but it's not where you start, it's where you finish that truly matters. For Arcado Team Masters, it's still Ricard's Calciums in 6th position that leads that group. Martins Rollis and Andreas Mukas towards the tail of the field, sadly. That's towards the sharper end. That is Orsing and Pelders that we're looking at on stream now. Battle for 4th place. Very hotly contested. and Peldas overcome the 17 of Orsi. We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, it does look like it's advantage Oscar at the moment. New fastest lap of the race. Actually, last time around was Alexander Unsi by a good couple of tenths. So he's really charging for the lead now. As this battle for fourth still rages on between Orsi and Peldas. This is now on stream, our lead group. Actually catching the back of the field. That'll be Andreas Mukas. There's a Team Masters category. They could well catch him before the checkered flag falls. Looks like the Orsing Peldas battle is started to break away now. There's about 8 tenths between the pair of them last time around. Oscar getting a bit more pace out of his number 17 than Mera Peldas has managed to do from her number 55. Well, last time around, it looked like the lead may well come into challenge, but now Edgar Wilkins has really started to open that lead back out again. I was looking at them visually. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Oh, as they work their way around Andreas Mukas. The number 11 car is now very much finding itself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and wisely gets right out of the way. Well driven there, Andreas. Hasn't really changed the complexion of our lead group. Alexander Unseam to get right close to Wilkins. Whoa, dear, what's happened to Emilius Akmans? He's still there, but lost a lot of time there. He's really fallen off the back of the lead group. Actually, last lap was only a couple of tenths slower, so that's not a sudden change. That's... we didn't quite see it in the cameras. I think that was when the back marker was found, shall we say. Andreas Mukas through and over the line once again. 24 seconds on the clock. So penultimate lap of the race then. Gives Wilkins new fastest lap, 40.4 on the board for the 69 kart. Took part in the KZ2 category last season for AV Motorsport. Again in the Sodi chassis. Also, and the KZ2 category in Estonian and Baltic championships 2024, but very much challenging for the top spots this time. Final lap then for first heat for the KZ2s and KZ2 Masters. Schedule does show that the super final and the finals for the KZ2 Masters will be done separately to the KZ2s. For the time being, in this race, although a little spread out this time. Can't argue from Edgar Wilkins. It did look like Alexander Usnim was going to get in close. That's the 69 Aldis Wilkins sponsored chassis had something to say about it. Your winner for heat number 1 for the KZ2s is number 69 Edgar Wilkins. In second is Alexander Usnim. Third, Emilius Akmans. Fourth is Oscar Lucas Orsing. Fended off the advances of number 55 of Mel Peldas for fifth. Ricards Calciums comes home in sixth and is the winner of our KZ2 Masters. Hugo Rajawets is in seventh. Patricia Kaita Stalitzana in eighth position. Numinous Volbicus in ninth, with Martins Rollis next of our KZ2 Masters in 10th. Andreas Mukas finishing a lap down in 11th. Sadly, Aloysius Chekovikis, although joining the track several laps down. Was not able to continue. As we have a look at the start, always a nervous time, particularly those at the front having to sit there for a while. The amount of smoke. Oh, there was not a great start towards the tail end of the field, but right up front, immediate action into turn one, as you always expect. Great stuff though throughout the field. Well driven from everybody. Oh, look at how uncomfortable that got for Oscar Lucas Olsing, but still managed to defend against Meno Peldas. They worked their way through the field. Great stuff though, and it was just did dissipate towards the end, but it was very much. And then look at that big move there from the 21 of Usnim. But there was no one who was going to challenge Edgars Wilkins for the win. Lots of duels going on through the field, but it was the day for the number 69 kart. Stody chassis of Edgars Wilkins was going to take the top honours. And that is our first heat of the day complete. Straight on to the second heat then for our micro contingent. Carlos Corges and Hugo Petai have the front row. Ott Petai and Remy Rosenthal on row 2. Johan Tam and Kasper Meister on row 3. Remy Reutel and Alexander Nellis on row 4. Julius Kasper Vikius on row 5 with Benedictus Gracious and Carl Borgkui rounding out the field. So this is based on second fastest lap from qualifying, I believe. It's not from the race result of race 1. Obviously Mesa on the front of the field. Here they come then. They have formed their 2x2 line. This is 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the second heat. So once all categories have done their second heat, it will then be a break for lunch. Have our super final and final races for each category. Those are the longest races of the weekend. 2x2 lines are formed. The penultimate turn. Into the 2 columns. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. The second heat for the micro class gets underway, and that's Ott Petai, as he did in qualify first heat. Great start, but that's not a good start though for the 406. That's I don't think it was 406. It may have been Johan Tam that's fallen to the back of the field. Oh, there's a big challenge though. Oh, and a big nudge there. That's the Petais coming together. But that is that Remy Rosenthal that's got to the top of the tree? Great start, if so. 4-3-2. No, that's you got Carlos Corges that's got back up to the top. So initially challenged, but then back up into pole. Back up into the lead then for the pole sitter. And it is the Petai pair right behind. Although there's a bit of a challenge there. Is that Remy Rosenthal that's trying to have a go? It's Ott Petai ahead of Hugo Petai in second. Again, another lightning start from Ott Petai. Has a look on the inside line coming down towards the right-hander of turn 3. Gets it done. Ott Petai back up into the lead again. As he led most of the first heat. That's a late move then from... It was actually Kasper Mesa that stole away the win towards the end. At the moment, it is Ott Petai and Carlos Corges. But look at this group. That's a big group challenging for the lead. Hugo Petai third, Remy Rosenthal in fourth. Johan Tam, who I thought had trouble early on, it was actually Benedictus Gracious that was the had that spin. Earlier on was the 466, not 406, as I thought his kart number read. Group of 5 then is the early breakaway. Remy Rajal and Alexander Nellis in that duel right behind them. Fastest lap actually Kor Kui, who had that did not set a time in qualifying. Again, set the early pace in this race as he did in the first heat. Does find himself some distance back from this lead group, and that's a challenge there for Cautious, and that is the 432 back up into the lead again. Carlos Cautious back in the lead. Art Patai pushed back down to the second. Hugo Patai still third. Remy Rosenthal fourth. Johan Tam fifth. Remy Rajal right with them in sixth place. Alexander Nellis is right there. That's Hugo Patai having a look on the inside line, coming down towards turn 3. Can't get it done. Turn 4. Again, Hugo Patai in the treble 4 kart, having a look. Now, Remy Rosenthal thought about it. Couldn't quite get the overlap. Superb. Oh, was that a bit of a nudge there between Art Patai and Carlos Cautious? Almost like they're forming the 2x2 line again. The Patai side by side, along with right behind them. That's Johan Tam. Side by side through the final 2 turns with Remy Rosenthal. Rosenthal will have the inside line and gets back up into 4th place. Great stuff. Tam's not giving up though. What about it? Inside line coming through turn 3. Oh, that's Hugo Patai on Ott. Patai swap round. Well, they swap round once and swap round again. Really driven, very level-headed driving from Art Patai as well. But that is allowing Carlos Cautious to get some distance on them. Patai pair, you would think, would need to work together to try and close in on Carlos Cautious. Easier said than done, though. They are still competitors. Family they may be, but they are still competitors on the track. As Remy Rosenthal is back ahead of Johan Tam. Rajal and Alexander Nellis right there with them. Fastest lap of the race. The first driver under 50 seconds in this race is Art Patai, who is now challenging for the lead. Carlos Cautious. I have to really keep an eye on Art Patai right behind. Tiny bit deep there for Hugo Patai, but no particular issue there. Still within slipstream range of the top 3. Top 2, rather. To turn 8. Settling into the rhythm. Far easier said than done. Look at the group behind the top 3. The top 3 are very close and very hotly contesting each other, but the group behind them, Johan Tam leads the way again from Remy Rosenthal. Oh, is that an opportunity for Ott Patai? That was very deep for Carlos Cautious, but Ott Patai did not maybe learn from how he lost the lead last time around. One mistake dropped Ott right the way down to 6th in the first heat. He'll be very determined not to make the same mistake again. Hugo right behind. Through the penultimate turn once again. Look at that, again, that group behind which Johan Tam is leading the way off. That is, what's it, that's 4th down to 7th. Oh, 4th down to 9th, excuse me. Huge percentage of the field in this group, which we're now looking at on stream. 456 car of Johan Tam. As it was, a little bit of a breakaway there because it's Tam and Remy Rosenthal that have broken away from the remaining group. So a group of 6 becomes a group of 4, and that's a challenge there. I think that was Alexander Nellis that was having a look. It wasn't. It was Casper Mesa challenging Alexander Nellis. And the fastest lap of the race has actually gone back to Kogi Yui as there's a change up top. Otseülekanne has gotten ahead of Carlos Corges. They're still glued together as Corges has a look at the inside line at turn 3. We'll get it done though. A minute plus 1 lap, and that's Aqva on the inside of turn 4. But again, as he did with Otseülekanne earlier on, made the challenge and then loses it as he's compromising his exit on that run up to turn 5. Right. 6 and 7. Hugo thinking about it into the penultimate turn. He commits, but there's impact. Oh no! That puts Corges in a horrible position. He manages to. Oh, thankfully he's not been T-boned there, but that may well be examined. That's such a shame for our pole sitter. Drops him right the way down to 9th place. Thankfully well driven from the chasing pack as they did not come into contact, but that puts Johan Tam now up into the podium position. He's still got all the challenge from Remy Rosenthal. As we are looking at on stream, that's the battle for 3rd place. 4.56 of Johan Tam. 4.22 of Remy Rosenthal. The Patai pair are now 9/10 apart. They come around the penultimate turn once again. Final lap has now started. And so the podium spots are largely decided on the Johan Tam is fighting to hold on to 3rd place. It's now or never for Remy Rosenthal. And there is a couple of seconds gap back to Kasper Meister. Fastest lap of the race still in the hands of Carl Huey. Oh, what might have been if he'd had a successful quali. Could well have been fighting towards the sharp end. He was mainly holding on to the fastest lap in Heat 1 as well. The Thai pair look set to hold the top honours of the podium. Oh, look at this group of 4 here that's being led by 412. That's Kasper Meister. But over the line then, Otseülekanne takes the 2nd win of the day for the micro category. Aqva is 2nd. Johan Tam in 3rd. Remy Rosenthal 4th. Kasper Meister 5th. Alexander Nellis in 6th. Carl Korgiui in 7th with the fastest lap of the race. Remy Rajal in 8th with Carlos Corges right the way down in 9th following that late impact with Aqva. And Azulas Kaspavikius in 10th with Benedictus Gracious rounding out the field following that spin in the opening laps. Wow, what a fantastic race from the 2nd heat of the micro class. That was that you can see the frustration there for Benedictus Gracious. See it again. He just, as he went to turn in, he just then trips over. Quite see which guy possibly was Kaspavikius, but then you've got the ferocious fighting towards the front. That was where Otseülekanne took the lead. That was where the 422, excuse me, of Remy Rosenthal led that particular group. To run the race. They all were fighting for their various bits of real estate. Late spin, the Gorgeous dropped him right out of contention. And here it is again as Aqva commits to that inside line. Gorgeous doesn't see he's there and thankfully manages to get out of the way before any further incident caused. Our next race of the day, the 2nd heat for our mini contingent, will be getting underway very, very shortly. Heat number 2 then for the Mini 60 Mini category. Sten Mielov and Johan Levy have the front row. 333 and 307s. Yunus Tam and Rasmus Kroos have row 2, with Romet Kulamai and Simon Ajami on row 3. Carl Hugo Kork and Gordy Duellid on row 4. Linus Zarakov and Dominic Lepp on row 5. Benedis Anasauskas and Alfred Vesky on row 6. Aras Pascalis Bagaterius and Alexander Estrin on row 7. Bill James Jeselunius on the tail of the field in the 351. Right then, so it was Yunus Tam that took the win last time around. Again, this is based on the qualifying results, hence why the top spot is Sten Mielov. Win from third place was Yunus Tam. Just enjoyed Johan Tam in micro category. It is the older Tam that has to go in the mini class. Round turn 8 they come. Through turn 9 into the 2x2s. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. The green flag flies, and we are racing lots of side-by-sides into turn 1, as you would imagine. Oh, a few bumps over the grass there. Oh, and that's a big move then. That's Yunus Tam again, getting an absolutely cracking start from third to first by the time they get down into turn 3. As he did in Heat 1. Stunning start there. Demoting. Oh, no, has he been challenged again? He has. No, Yunus Tam is indeed in the lead. That is still Sten Mielov in second. Yunus Tam up into the lead. That demotes Johan Levy into third. We will see when the tower populates come over the line for the first time in anger. And Mielov under all the pressure again from Levy. Rasmus Kors right there. And also, so there's the top 4 breakaway this time. Rasmus Kors, it's the top 5 breakaway as Remit Kulamai is right there as well. Yunus Tam, stunning start there. Is that a challenge for third? Not quite. Rasmus Kors has to remain where he is, although that's a little bit deep there for Levy. Coming through turn 5. No change of position, no. Feel pretty heavily condensed. No major incidents on the opening laps. There is 307. Johan Levy. He's looking in the inside, coming down towards turn 1. Can he get the overlap? Yes, he can. And that is job done. That's second place to Johan Levy. Sten Mielov down to third. Immediately challenged by Rasmus Kors. That's the 395. That's Roman Kulamai that's now involved. And dragging with Kulamai is Carl Hugo Korg, who's the fastest lap holder now. That's second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth in that particular group. Tiny bit deep there, coming through turn 5. Or I think that was Levy that was a little bit too deep. Into the penultimate turn once again. See on the tower, Korg got ahead of Ojame in the last lap. Levy now ahead of Mielov, as we know. That's deep though for Levy. That's very deep for somebody. Couldn't quite see who that was. No change yet. That second to sixth group. As I just said that, I think that was Korg that's gotten ahead of Kulamai. Couldn't quite see. They were slightly off shot there for us on stream. We're closing back in on Yunus Tam though. 399 has not been able to break away. Carl Hugo Korg, new fastest lap of the race last time around as well. And that's a defensive move there. That's the 375. That's Korg trying to get the position away from Romet Kulamai. And wow, Kulamai defending very, very heavily everywhere. 395. And again, defends very heavily out of turn 2. No change, no dice there for Carl Hugo Korg. How the field settling into their rhythm. 6.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Oh, is that a challenge? That's Korg on Kulame again. That's a challenge for 5th. We just go out of our sight here. The top 4 still very close. And that's a challenge for the lead. That's Levy on the inside line coming through turn 8. Gets it done. With a long left-hander in the penultimate corner. Johan Levy now steals away the lead from Jonas Tam. And new fastest lap whilst he's at it. 47.249. Side by side though, that is Jonas Tam not prepared to sit for that one. Gets a good run on the exit of turn 2 and reclaims the lead. That top 4 very heavily condensed. Levy, Tam, Mielov, Kors, all very close together. Rasmus Kors thinking about it on the run down towards turn 5. Can't get it done though. Oh, you could walk on the cars. They're so close together. Almost nudging at the back of Levy there was Jonas Tam. Oh, that would have been a very late move if Tam had gone for that. Oh, was that a mistake there from Kors? No, it wasn't. Again, I think about it there for Levy. Coming down towards turn 1. That's a challenge there for 2nd. Sten Mielov gets that one done, but here comes 3-2-3 as well. That's Rasmus Kors. God, they're chopping and changing all over the place. Absolutely brilliant stuff from these 4. And here comes 3-7-5 as well. That's Carl Hugo Korg getting involved. Goodness me, they are chopping and changing at every millimetre of every corner, let alone the corners themselves. But that is Sten Mielov back up into 2nd. Johan Levy in 3rd. With 3.75 with Carl Hugo Korg up into 4th. That puts Rasmus Kors in the 5th. And then not far behind them is Ramat Kulame. He could well get involved. Well, almost is involved. That's a challenge there for the treble 3. Both Levy got ahead of Mielov. And again, we've got so many side-by-sides between 2 and 3. Who's going to win out this time? It's Korg is now up into 2nd. Great move there. Big defensive posture there for 307 of Levy. He's now down into 4th, is Johan Levy. Fastest lap of the race still belongs to him. But with this pack, this 5-deep pack, all arguing from 2nd to 6th, Jonas Tam is just like, yep, you guys carry on. I'm going to run off into the distance here. That's Carl Hugo Korg. Stunning effort from him, the 3.75, up into 2nd place. Into Sten Mielov. Johan Levy in 4th. Ramat Kulame up into 5th position now, ahead of Rasmus Kors. The 3-2-3 demoted into 6th place. I mean, there is arguments going on further down the field, but this is a superb battle that we are focusing on here. Johan Levy still with the fastest lap of the race, 47.249, but right now he's not likely to be challenging to improve that. Jonas Tam now with a 2nd's lead, just under 3 minutes to go of the 2nd heat of the day. As the sun is just starting to peek through the clouds now here in Kandava. The temperature's not due to get particularly high. Nice and comfortable for our drivers and for the tyres. Johan Levy looked like he was... Oh, he went a bit too deep there on the exit of turn 5. Right under the bumper of Sten Mielov. 3.75, that's Carl Hugo Korg. Tiny bit of breathing space between himself and the battle for 3rd. Behind him, they are starting to close back in though on Jonas Tam, new fastest lap of the race of 47.239. That's by mere thousands. Claiming the fastest lap, Carl Hugo Korg, but he has taken 3/10 at least out of the gap between himself and Jonas Tam. He's not defending too heavily between himself and Sten Mielov. Sten Mielov is fending off the advances of Johan Levy. Oh, very, very deep there for Johan. It's not going to help him in his challenge for third. Top four starting to, well, really the top six are starting to condense again. Over the line, you can see Jonas Tam really starting to pay a bit more attention to his challenges. New personal best for the 399 for the race leader, but it's still a couple of tenths off the pace of Carl-Hugo Korg right behind him. I don't think well, I don't think Jonas Tam is going to be making it two in a row, but then you never know. Well, he might do. He is in the lead at the moment, but it does look like the pace advantage is with Carl-Hugo Korg at the moment. We'll have to see. It was a stunning start yet again for Jonas Tam. Oh, he's going to be under all kinds of pressure, though. Carl-Hugo Korg, again, another couple of tenths. Oh, about a tenth and a half, actually, to his advantage over Jonas Tam. That was Jonas Tam's fastest lap so far. But it was still a tenth and a half slower than Carl-Hugo Korg, who's now really under the bumper of the 399. Tam knows he's there. The time it elapses now, so penultimate lap. Oh, very, very close. Well, Carl-Hugo Korg going to banzai the inside of the penultimate turn. No, Jonas Tam positions himself nicely to defend the inside line. Final lap of this race in the second heat of the day for our mini class. Defensive goes Sten Mielov. He's defending against Johan Levy. The top four very much glued together. Is that an opportunity? No, not quite. Oh, there's a switch back there. Oh, Carl-Hugo Korg. Jonas Tam had that one covered off, though. That's nearly impact, or maybe a little bit of impact between Sten Mielov and Johan Levy. Levy is the victor of that one. And while that was going on, Korg has managed to squeeze his way past Jonas Tam. A perfectly timed attack, but Tam banzais the inside of turn 7, reclaims the lead. Then goes immediately defensive, glues himself to the inside line coming down towards turn 8. Brilliantly done. So is it going to be 2 for 2 for Jonas Tam? Nearly side by side. Oh my goodness, that was side by side. But in the end, it was Jonas Tam by 600ths of a second. Barely a bumper's width. Oh, he's done the double. He's taken both heats. Oh my goodness me. Jonas Tam takes the win from Carl-Hugo Korg in second. Jonas Levy third. Sten Mielov down into fourth by the end. So Levy taking the third place spot at the death of the race. Rome Kulame in fifth. Rasmus Kors in sixth. Dominic Lapp in seventh. Simon Nojame in eighth. Leonis Zarakov in ninth. Aris Pascalis Bagaterius in 10th. Alfred Vesky in 11th. Gordy Dulev in 12th. Phil James Leonis in 13th. Alexander Estrin in 14th. And Benedis Anisauskas rounding out the field in 15th place. Fastest lap belonging to Johan Levy. What a stunning race with Jonas by the merest margin. Jonas Tam doing the double. That was all-out action all race long as we're enjoying the replay now on stream. Tiny bit of impacts in a few places, but you gotta say, Carl-Hugo Korg again storming through from 7th place and almost overhauling the win from Jonas Tam. Both of them in Marinetta chassis. Jonas. Oh, and that was a moment with I didn't quite see. I think that was Uzeliunius. I'm struggling with his name. I do apologize. Bill James Uzeliunius. I will get that right. But I assure you, I think that was the 351 car bouncing over the grass. But that was just superb race from beginning to end. That was the moment that the 307 of Johan Levy somewhat wrestled out of his position. There was, again, numerous side-by-sides going down towards turn 3. But that was superb. Absolutely superb. Just about got time to catch my breath after all that. So we get ready for the second heat for our OK Ingenious. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our next category, which will be up next. Right on cue, there they are. Jasper Kors will be leading the way from Bennett Corgus. They have the front row, Emilios Yozaitis and Martin Maymerd on row 2. Vidinis Pictis, again another name I was struggling with, my apologies. And Patrick Orvandi have row 3. Sebastian Kurz and Tristan Tellis on row 4. Patrick Trialt and Vinius Zelnaravikius on row 5, Klaus Hans and Rimit Mazov on row 6. Gustav Radovikius and Aston Asma on row 7. Enrico Nigola and Marcus Hark on row 8. Henry Kadestik and Anders Rimkus round out the field on row 9. Right. And they're already underway. So, oh goodness, that was somebody taken to the grass. Didn't even get a chance to quite see the start, but either way, that's Jasper Kors that still has the top spot in the 2-3-1. He is being chased by, that's Emilius Yozaitis up into second place now. He's overhauled Bennett Corgus for that spot. Top 2 slightly breaking away. Kors from Yozaitis. Over the line they come. So 10 minutes plus 1. Look how defensive Kors went down into turn 1. Trouble for Bennett Corgus. And that's a red flag. So we have got trouble on track somewhere. So there's been an incident potentially between Bennett Corgus and Gustav Radovikius. They have not come over the line. What has happened here? Medical car, as you can see there, the ambulance is on track to see what has happened. That is a lot of the time that is out of procedure as opposed to immediate concern. We haven't seen what has happened here. See the carts in the shot there. That's the exit of turn 3. I think one of the drivers is stood next to them. Don't see a driver in the cart, so there doesn't seem to be a big scramble of activity there, but a clear incident has happened there between Bennett Corgus and Gustav Radovikius, so the field will be brought to a halt on the start-finish line. Jasper Kors was leading, Emilius Yozaitis in second. Have been instructed to switch the engines off. Will be held in position. Wait for further update here. Wish well. We hope that Bennett Corgus and Gustav Radovikius are okay. Fair amount of activity going on. What's happened here is that looks like it's 5th place, so that would be Sebastian Kurz. Is he being pulled out? No, that's 4th place, excuse me, so that's Martin Maymerd. It's being somewhat pushed out of the line. That is Maymerd, that's the 226 car. Here comes the ambulance returning to position. Ambulance then is do what it needs to do. As the final cleanup is then
being dealt with. It's a wonderful message from race control there, which I fully endorse. Thank you very much to our karting marshals. We really could not go motor racing without them. They're reforming the grid. That's why we're seeing cars being pushed out of the column and into a grid formation. See a course vehicle then recovering one of the carts at the top of the shot there. We will head to a short commercial break here whilst the field is formed and any barrier work needs to be done is completed. We will be back shortly with the resumption of the second heat for our OKN juniors here at Kandava. Right, so the race distance has been reset. So we are back up now to 10 minutes plus 1 lap, following the unfortunate temporary suspension of the second heat for the OKN juniors. Not certain what the incident was, as we didn't quite see it on stream. There's always plenty enough for us to look at, in fairness. But the formation lap then resuming. So once again, because the cars have been stationary, they are allowed to redo their formation lap. They're already being ushered into the 2x2 columns. So Jasper Kors then in the 2-3-1 is leading them around. He does not have Bennett Kors just next to him, I don't think. That is an empty slot into the 2x2 columns. And the starter is happy. We're away once again in Kandava. So 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Whoa, that's a huge, it's a massive amount of impact there. So there was 201 and 207. That was Aronis Rimkes. And that was Gustas Radovikius that was caught up as part of that. But there was another group of 3 cars. Oh, and there's another one off. Oh my goodness me, there was a huge amount of grass being kicked up there, so lots and lots of cars potentially affected by that. But Kors, Jasper Kors leads the way. That's Aminius Yazaitis in second, right behind him in the 217, as it was in the first attempt to run this heat. Right behind them is, I think that's 282, which is Vyundus Pitkis. It is indeed. And we've got, that's the 291 that is stranded. That's Rumit Mozov. Look at that, we've got several stationary cars with no drivers in them. But the race is being continued. It's localized yellow flags in that particular spot. Kors leads the way, Yazaitis second. Pictis now up into third place. The top 3 breaking away a little bit from Sebastian Kurz in fourth. Hopefully they can clear away the stranded cars. That's a lot of competitors that are out of this race. There's Bennett Cautious in the treble 2. There's Martin Mahmoud, the 226. Rumit Mosov, we just saw in that previous shot, the 291. Gustav Radovikius, Enrico Nigel, Henry Kadastik, and Aronis Rimkes, all affected by that, as we now focus on our top, what is 7? Involved, and that was nearly impact. Oh, we've got another 2 off. They weren't related, those two incidents. That was 282. That was Pigkiss from third. He's gone off the road. Oh my goodness me! There's a lot now going on. The first heat was well, much more straightforward than this one. That just goes to show how hard these guys are pushing to try and make the best they can, but it's getting a little bit uncomfortable out there for a number of them. Hopefully the local yellows have been received. Look at Jasper Korsman really defending again from Yazaitis, as he had to do in the first heat, and defends that first corner, those first 3 corners. But here comes the 280. Patrick Trayalt is now having a go for second position on the back of Emilius Yazaitis. No dice though. Yazaitis, the 217 car, able to keep that one to himself, the Lithuanian. Of course, Yazaitis, Trail, now Sebastian Kurz, 4th. Patrick Ovandi's in there, in 5th place. Christian Tellis is not far behind either, in 6th. Little bit of breathing space for Kors. That's a big move there for Sebastian Kurz for 3rd. Here comes 223, there's Avandi. Trying to get the inside line coming through 3, can't get it done though. Well, they're still side by side. It's 223 of Avandi and 283 of Tellis, I think it is. Oh, goodness me, well driven from both of them. So that was, I think Tellis managed to get that one done, did he? No. Difficult to tell. Up front, Kors and Yazaitis are still arguing for their own bit of real estate. They're settled into their own rhythm now, but behind them is a frenetic scrap. There's Kors from Yazaitis 1 and 2, Sebastian Kurz 3rd, Avandi 4th, Tellis with Trail is down into 6th. That's the 280 car. that was arguing with Tristan Tellis for a while. There they are now, front and center on the stream. 283 of Tristan Tellis now into 5th place. That's trailed, thinking about a maneuver down into turn 5. Glued in the slipstream and in the tyre tracks of Tristan Tellis, and that's a defensive posture there for Jasper Kors for the race lead. Here's his itis doing what he can. Or sticking to that defensive posture into turn 1. He's compromised on the exit, but does manage to shut the door in the face of Emilius Itis. Here comes Sebastian Kurz now. Right under the bumper of the 217. Patrick Avandi right with him. Top 4, top 5, 6, all glued together. That was Avandi thinking about a maneuver. That is Kurz doing a maneuver under the inside of turn 5. I'll get it done there. Sebastian Kurz remained in 3rd. Fastest lap is with Patrick Avandi in 4th at the moment. But he had a chance to even look at that, quite frankly. Jasper Kors has now managed to have a tiny bit of breakaway. And that is first, right the way down to 9th. All in that group. That is kind of just think. Who was that? That was Aston Asma and Marcus Hark that were coming together. The 277 couldn't quite get the overlap he needed. Truth, what a crazy race this has been thus far. It's 4 minutes 20 plus 1 lap of it. Here they come. Through turn 7 into turn 8. Course from Yositis, from Kurz, from Ravandi. Fastest lap now in the hand of Emilius Yositis in 2nd. Shame to see lots of stranded carts at the side of the track. It's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. 6 carts we've lost in the course of the race. Here comes our race leaders. Jasper Kors, the 231. You can see in pretty much every corner racing, he's having to position himself in some kind of defensive posture. Emilius Yositis is not quite close enough yet. Janik, he's only a couple of tenths behind. Out of the final turn, the lead pack over the line. That's right the way down to 9th. Fastest lap of the race now in the hands of Klaus Hans in 10th. National driver, Latvian. Wanted to try and make his way through the field, but it is a very, very hotly contested field, this one. Lead pack going through turn 5. Oh, Yositis, he had the momentum and nowhere to use it. Down and into turn 7. Kors again gluing himself to the inside line coming through turn 8. Does compromise their entry. It's such a long bank left-hander that I don't think they're going to worry about the exit too much if they have to glue themselves to the inside line. Right there with them, Sebastian Kurz. Patrick Avandi is in the tyre tracks as well as the lead group. Any one of these guys makes a mistake, it will completely change the complex of the race, I think. You see, they're constantly looking over the shoulder. Oh, and again, a nudge from Emilius Yositis. He gets the exit of turn 5 brilliantly well. But Jasper Kors just positions himself perfectly to break that momentum. And keep Emilius Yositis away. Again, glues it over the inside line. That's an opportunity for Yositis. He's gone in too deep. Both Kors and Yositis have lost positions. Now through is Sebastian Kurz up into the lead from 3rd to 1st. As our lead 2 dropped several positions, it is now 214, which is Sebastian Kurz in the lead. I think that's Avandi in 2nd. Kors is now down at the 4th, and I think after all that, Yositis is still behind him. 214 now leads away, Sebastian Kurz. As there is our former race leader. With 280, that's Patrick Trial right behind him. So that's now completely changed. Exactly as I said, Yezite is actually ahead of Kors now, but behind Sebastian Kurz and Patrick Ovande. We have Kurz and Kors, which I'm not quite pronouncing correctly, which I apologise for. Sebastian Kurz now leads the way with 46 seconds on the clock, plus 1 lap. We will want that lap to disappear as quickly as he can. So will the 214. He qualified 7th, came home 5th last time. Quite a way to open the championship. Fastest lap of the race, 42.777 for Sebastian Kurz. Making the most of the clean air ahead of him. Quite a few personal bests as well, which, now that the field has settled down a little bit, has only taken to the penultimate lap to achieve that. They are getting out there and getting on with it. Sebastian Kurz is making the most, certainly, of the lead he has got. He took part in the mini category the last couple of years. Certainly looking to make a weekend to remember if he could take the win in Heat 2. It was 5th in Heat 1. Go a few steps further. But 11 karts remain in this race. Sebastian Kurz is leading the way now, with the fastest lap to beat the top 4, breaking away from the chasing pack. And through the final turn, checker flag awaits. That is a victory for 214 Sebastian Kurz. He's chased home by Patrick Ovande in the 223. Emilios Yezaitis, after all that, still manages to finish on the podium. Absolutely crazy race there. Emilios Yezaitis in third. Jasper Kors, as opposed to Casper Jaws, finished in 4th in the end. Patrick trailed in 5th. Tristan Tellis in 6th. Vanius Zelenovikius in 7th, with Marcus Haak in 8th. Klaus Hans in 9th. Aston Asma rounds out the top 10. My goodness me, that was all kinds of crazy. From that, we will have potentially a bit more of a I say a bit more of a straightforward race. We will have to see. It is our OKN category that will be coming up next. Here's a replay of the start for those watching on stream. See there, that was somebody taking a very grassy excursion there. Was where things came to an end. So it looked like someone got quite a heavy shunt in the tail. Judging by the posture of the driver getting out, we couldn't quite see which car that was. See there, the 2x2 being reformed. Heat was indeed restarted, and what a heat it became. So this is the second start. This is where it goes very, very crazy. You got a spin there from the 201, which was Radovikius. Somewhat caused a bit of a chain reaction behind. I think was that the 231. No, that can't have been. That was just because that was. Then you had another couple of cars having unrelated incidents going off at turn 3. Big move there on the 280. Jasper Kors trying his best to defend from Emilios Yezaitis, as he did for so long. When the move did come eventually for Yezaitis, it had somewhat of a knock-on effect, I think it's fair to say. That was Yezaitis that was the impact between the two on the previous lap. So there goes Yezaitis. You see he gets really, really squiggly as he locks up on the braking into turn 1. They both go wide. Yezaitis managed to get a decent amount of traction and holds on to third. But Sebastian Kurz, right place, right time. The second heat then for the OKN category is now out of the holding area. Theodor Tubal taking the dominant win from pole in the first heat. We'll see if he's able to make the double. Matas Balsias joins him on the front row. Franziska Mazicap tried his best to overhaul the 128 card ahead of him. Was beaten back to third last time around. Emilius Bakauskas has row 4. Oliver Sunem rounds out the field in 5th place. 10 minutes plus 1 lap then for OKNs. Similar machinery to the junior category we've just seen. These drivers are of a different age group and different experience level. They should now be forming the 2x2. There is Theodor Tubal. Very distinctive colour scheme. Kusur Kardiklubi team. Form the 2x2 line they have. There's Oliver Sunem. Still getting a bit of last minute weaving in as they come through. Long left-hander at turn 8. Rolling start into the columns. Away they go. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. We are away then for heat number 2. Oh, we've got impact already. Oh my goodness, that was Mazicap and I think Balsias that came together. That could have very easily put someone into the wall, but Mazicap is already on the back of Theodor Tubal. I got quite leery for a couple of the cars involved. Theodor Tubal then starting to get into the rhythm, as you would imagine. It's certainly what he did in the first race. Very straightforward race for him. This time he has a different challenge. It is Franziska Mazicap right on his tail. It was Bakauskas that I think was the kart involved, the second kart involved in that early impact. As he's fallen to the back of the field, Emilius Bakauskas in the 173. The CRG chassis, the Baltic Karting Academy, newcomer to the series. Now you can see Theodor Tubal starting to get into the rhythm, starting to build a bit of a gap between himself and Franziska Mazicap. Right behind the treble 1 is Matas Balsias. That is Bakauskas having a look on the inside line of Oliver Sunem. Oliver Sunem has had a very busy couple of years. 24, took part in the OK Junior category in the Baltic Karting Championship, as well as the Estonian Championship, 4th in the OK Junior category for the Estonian Championship, 8th in the Baltic Karting Championship. Also took part in the Rotax Max Junior category in 2024. Then backed that up with 3rd in the OK Junior category for the Baltic Karting Championship for the AX team. That was an IAME engined Maranello chassis. Took part in Rotax Max Senior last year. Look at Sunem and Bakauskas arguing for wooden spoon avoidance. Fastest up of the races actually gone to Mazicap in 2nd place. Looking to try and challenge Theodor Tubal. Just see the top 3 going out of the shot with Sunem and Bakauskas arguing for their bit of real estate. Oh, it looked like it was a sudden bit of a snap there from the 173. As they do run deep in the exit of turn 1. Can't really be understated how physical these karts are. These guys make it look very simple and straightforward. Oh, as you saw, a little bit uncomfortable there for Franziska Mazicap. Number one bounced a little bit heavily off the exit of turn 7. Now it looks like Matas Balsius, who was the mage, who was mainly defending against Francisco Mezicap in the first heat. And it's Balsius that has just set the fastest lap of the race with 43.205. It was Balsius that was defending mainly against Mezicap in the first heat. Finds himself in the tyre tracks of Mezicap this time. Allow Theodore Tubor just to stretch his legs, and that's a 43.1. Well, actually, all three of our top 3 have just said a 43.1. 43.118 for Tubor, a 148 for Mezicap, and a 161 Balsius. So the top 3 on very, very similar pace. Not quite close enough yet to challenge each other for their positions, as is often the case. One mistake is all it takes. Tubal, 43.0 for him, a 42.927 for Mezicap, and a 42.965. So our first sub 43s of the race by second and third. Still 7/10 separates our top 2, but only just shy of 6/10 separates our second and third place carts. Tubal, a TM engined Tony Kart chassis. Mezicap in a TM engined Birillard chassis for Tark Racing. And then Balsius. Our top 3 all 42.9, as Bukowskis has gotten ahead of Sunum for wooden spoon avoidance. Sunum is struggling for overall pace compared to our top 3. So second and third, Mezicap and Balsius are getting close together again. Balsius in an Iami engined OTK chassis, so all 3 of them with a different chassis, all 3 of our top 3, I should say, in different chassis. Oh, and that is Sunum. Oliver Sunum is out of the race. Where is he? Quite see where he had come to rest. New fastest lap of 42.777 for Theodore Tubal. It has been a day to forget so far. All of a sudden, oh, that was very squiggly for Matas Balsius. Getting almost out of shape, coming down into the braking zone with turn 5. Really closing in on the back of Francisco Mezicap. Real challenge forming for second position here as Theodore Tubal sets another fastest lap, as he did in Heat 1, the fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. Doing the same again now. After an initial challenge, he's decided that he's going to stop playing with his food and get on with it. 42.604 for him. 42.8 for Mezicap, 42.9 as best laps, I should say, for Mezicap and Balsius respectively. They're both in the 43 zeros. Theodore Tubal, his combination certainly working for him. No personal best for Mezicap and Balsius. All 3 of the top 3 in the 42.6s. As we look at Emilius Bukowskis doing a 43.5 there. Oh, his car's looking a little bit uncomfortable as well under braking, coming down towards turn 3. Now, he did try and brake on the rumble strip there, which will naturally upset the carts. And again there, you see there's a big twitch. He's having to grab that before he gets the braking done, coming down into turn 5. Now, again, yeah, we'll be off the ultimate pace, but you watch how quick they go in trackside, and it's still amazingly quick. These are very, very talented drivers taking part in this level. Yes, this is very early in their karting careers, but even still, it's still taken very seriously. Could well lead on to greater things. Vast majority of the world's racing drivers start at this sort of level, start in karts. Very few of them don't. We are watching Francisco Mezicap in the treble one Birolats chassis, fending off the advantage of Matthias Balsius in the 128 OTK chassis. Or will they finish the other way around to their qualifying positions and Heat 1 results? Have to wait and see. We still have, well, the clock is about to expire. As quick as two believes, he's not getting there in the next 2 seconds. So final lap is about to begin. The clock has now ticked to 0. Final lap board is now shown. This gap's slightly quicker. Just shy of a tenth from Balsius there, but wouldn't know it by looking at them. 3.5 tenths separates them over the line. This is Matthias Balsius is wanting that spot. Tell he's really pushing for it. At the moment, Francisco Mezicap. Challenge kind of faded towards the end of the first heat. Set to retain that second spot this time around. But once again, it's a dominant performance from the 151. And checkered flag is his. Theodore Tubal takes the win in the second heat for the OKN category. Francisco Mezicap is in second this time, and Matthias Balsius will have to contend with third. And Emilius Bukauskis, last of the runners, in fourth. Sadly, we lost Oliver Sunum in the course of the race. We didn't see quite what had happened to him, but alas, his race coming to a premature end. That concludes the heats then for our OKNs. We will have one more heat, which will be our combined KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. So we have a look at the replay, and there is the impasse. So it was Mezicap that combined with Balsius. Those are the two that came together early on, I should say. That was the move that Bukauskis tried to do on Oliver Sunum. Sadly, 131 kart was, in the end, failed Oliver. There is the shot where the stream found him. Couldn't quite see where that was on track, where he came to rest. But it was another confident performance from Theodore Tubal. Win belongs to him once again. Once our KZ2 category is released from holding, we'll be right back with you. Our final heat of the day then is the second heat for our combined KZ2 and KZ2 Masters grids. Edgar Wilkins and Emilius Ackerman lead the way. Latvians have the front row. Alexander Usnim and Meryl Peldas have row 2. Oscar Lucas Orsing and Hugo Rajavets on row 3. Ricard's Calcium's our lead KZ2 Master, alongside Prushisha Kaita Stalitsana on row 4. Luminous Volbicus joins Aloysius Chekovikius on row 5. And our remaining 2 KZ2 Masters, Martins Wallace and Andreas Mukas, have the final row. Right. How will they fare this time? Edgar Wilkins was not to be denied the win from pole last time. 10 minutes plus 1 lap to figure themselves out this time. See how that translates. There's a standing start this time, as it was in the first heat. Only one of our heats that has a standing start. Why they only did a single formation lap. Warming up then, as described. Final rows forming up then. The flagman will wave when he is happy that the lines are formed. Slight adjustment there to someone on row 6, I think that was. He waves the flag. He signifies to the starter that all is well. No, they're revving because they will get very smoky, and away they go then. We are racing here for the second heat. No, already a challenge into the lead. They're gonna take off from the line amazingly well, these karts. And is that a retention for the lead or for Edgar Wilkins? Well, that's Ackerman still in second, and that's Unsneem in third. So yes, what a start then for Edgar Wilkins in the 69 car. Oh, defensive posture there. Is that Unsneem that is... it is. That's the 21 car of Unsneem in second place then. He is splitting the Latvians. Wilkins is running off into the distance. Oh, tiny bit deep into turn 8 for Alexander Usneem, defending from Emil Ackermans. There's Wilkins from Usneem from Ackermans, your top 3. Wilkins really has broken away. He's nearly 2 seconds down the road already, as that's a challenge there for Emil Ackermans down into turn 3. Can't quite get it done though. Right behind them is Oscar Lucas Orsing and Meryl Peldas. They were glued together in Heat 1. They are together once again. And not far behind them is Hugo Razamet and the lead of the KZ2 Masters, Ricard's Calciums. KZ2 Masters are due to do their superheat and final races separately to the KZ2s this afternoon. See how that transpires. But right now, that's a big defensive posture there for Usneem into turn 3. And that so far keeps Emilius Ackermans at bay, the national driver. One of the national drivers representing Latvia in this tournament, this championship. Start to settle into their rhythm then, as 2.1 seconds to the good is Edgar Wilkins now. He's had a superb start. The only kart into the 41s. There he is, just crossing the line. 41.6 now, his fastest lap. Everybody else very much glued together in their group. So this group of 4 starting to fragment a little bit. Usneem and Ackermans are breaking away a little bit from Orsing and Peldas. Those two resuming their battle from Heat 1. This time for 4th position. We look very much at Alexander Usneem and Emil Ackermans for 2nd place. It's 2 by 2 by 2 actually for kind of a 2nd, 4th and 6th. As the next pair is Hugo Rajovic and Ricard Calcium. So we're just in the top of the shot there. New fastest lap of the race by a hundredth of a second is Alexander Usnim. Made even more impressive by the fact that he's still defending from Emil Zachmans as well. Alexander Usnim at the moment just settling into his rhythm, not paying too much attention to Emil Zachmans yet. Still plenty of time on the clock, and look how close Oscar Lucas Orsing and Miro Peldas are. They look far more interested in challenging each other at the moment than Usnim and Achmans are. Fastest lap now being stolen back by Edkes Wilkins, 41.299. And not by a huge amount, but it is by enough to reassert himself at the top of the shot. Oh, that was a big sudden snap there for Emil Zachmans. Because go-kart's not particularly aerodynamically efficient, but even still, we'll notice the dirty air coming off the car ahead of them. And the fastest lap change hands again at 41.005. Oh, 0.3 of a second quicker last time was Unseam from Edkes Wilkins, but he's dragging with him Emil Zachmans. Both of them are the 41.0s. Oh, that was a bit of an earlier apex there for Alexander Usnim. He's really feeling the pressure now from Emil Zachmans. You can see he's really looking over his shoulder. Looks, yeah, takes the earlier apex into turn 8. Nothing yet. Oh, Usnim looks one way and Emil's goes the other. Oh, that's a swap around. That's 17. Well, they swapped around, swapped back again, as these two are. So that is Ackland's now working his way ahead of Unseam. But they really compromise each other. And they're now being caught by Oscar Lucas Orsing, who's managed to break a little bit away from Mel Peldas in their battle for fourth. They're joining the back of the battle for second. Emil Zachmans has already given himself a couple of kart lengths over Alexander Usnim, who now, you see on the tower, demoted into third. And another fastest lap for Edkes Wilkins. He's not resting on his laurels. He's 4.5 seconds ahead of his nearest competitors now. Edkes Wilkins absolutely running off, comparatively speaking. He's got no one to challenge him, so he doesn't have to defend. He doesn't have to compromise his line. He can just absolutely floor it and leave the rest to fight for themselves. Can afford to back off a little bit. Not that he is, of course. Personal best for Emil Zachmans and Usman, and also for Miro Peldas. And also further down, Patricia Kaita Stelizana and Aloysius Chekavikius, and also for Martins Rollis. Oh, that was deep there. Or what looked like was deep for Usman, but he was right in the rear wing again, rear bumper again of Ackermans, but not able to challenge yet for second place. Peldas right behind. And there's a challenge there. Very nicely done for Miro Peldas, getting ahead of Oscar Lucas Orsing. My apologies, Usnim is ahead of Ackermans. That was, I was reading the names the wrong way around. Alexander Usnim did get that second position away from the 24 car. But what can he do with it? That's the thing, is they get ahead and then they give the slipstream to their rival. Edkes Wilkins continuing to open the lead now, 5.1 seconds to the good for our leader. It was last time around, now 5.2. As those behind him continuing to argue for their position. Now, can Merrill Peldis break away from Oscar Lucas Orsing? His roles reversed from the first heat. See if the number 17 car has an answer. 50 on the clock, so we still have a few laps to go yet. Bear in mind, we still have 2 races to go after the lunch break. This is our final race before the lunch, because we have had a delay to schedule that may well be shortened a little bit. New fastest lap of the race yet again by Edgar Wilkins, now 40.7 on the board for the number 69 cart. Usneem and Ackman continue their argument for second place. Merrill Peldis really has broken away from Oscar Lucas Orsing behind her. Actually closed in on Emil Zachman's last time around. Can you get close enough to challenge? Over the line come our leaders. About 3 laps to go in this race, including the +1. Wilkins, nothing to worry about now, but still pressing on, still seeing how far he can go, or how fast rather he can go, as Alexander is promoted to 10th place, the German racer. As mentioned at the top of the show, is actually also racing in Lamborghini GT3 machinery. Those I can't imagine much of a bigger divide between karting and GT3 machinery. The clock is about to expire, so penultimate lap now underway. Personal best for Alexander Unseem. Usneem, beg your pardon. Still pressing on, still finding time. He needs to have a little bit of breathing space as they are again catching the back of Andreas Mukas. Already been lapped by the leader, who has just started the final lap of the race. And again, well driven. Oh, kind of unfortunate timing there for Andreas Mukas, but again, stays out of the way as much as he can. He can't just vanish, he just has to stay predictable. But Usneem seems to have the measure of Emil Zachman's this time. And Merrill Peldis very much reversing the roles between herself and Oscar Lucas Orsing last time around. As over the line again, unchallenged in the front, is Edgar Wilkins. He takes the win. Alexander Usneem has second position. Emils Achmans in third. Merrill Peldis comes home in fourth. Oscar Lucas Orsing fifth. Hugo Rajal in sixth position. Lead of the KZ2 Masters, Ricards Calciums, comes home in seventh. Aloysius Chekovicius in eighth. Numinous Volvikis in ninth. Patricia Kaita Stolitsana in 10th. Last running is Martins Rollis, as Andreas Mukas has finished a lap down. Whew, and that concludes our racing heats as we have a look at the replay for the KZ2 race. Again, lots of challenge down into turn one, as you would imagine. Got a bit uncomfortable towards the tail end of, but Edgar Wilkins was not to be challenged. Once he had established that lead, he was away, but it was a real scrap for second and for fourth, in particular between Alexander Usneem, Emil Zachmans for second, Merrill Peldis and Oscar Lucas Orsing for fourth. That was the moment when we had a brief change between Peldis and Orsing. But in the end, that was a big move there from Usneem down to the turn 7. The position he wasn't to lose. And then that was Merrill Peldis. Again, big lunge into turn 1. They were not to lose those respective positions for the rest of the race. Ooh, we get to have a bit of a breather. as the lunch break is now upon us. As we're a little bit behind schedule, the lunch break may well be slightly shortened, but do keep your eyes on the times, and we'll be back with you post-lunch for the first of our super heats. So our penultimate race then will be started, or penultimate race will be started by our micro 60 category. That'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And then the rest of our categories will have a 12-minute plus 1 lap. And we'll have our finals shortly afterwards. So enjoy lunch, everybody. We'll be back with you for our super heats later this afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the resumption of the opening round of this championship, as sponsored by the Aqva Karting. Did it again! Aqva Kart Karting Championship, as powered by Aqva Kart. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to have your presence company with us today. Still a bit overcast, still a bit of a wispy cloud cover, but it is dry and glorious here in Kandava. So we come back to our micro category. They are lining up in interim championship order this time. So they've done their heats, and the interim championship looks like so. It's Otseülekanne alongside Kasper Meister on the front row, Johan Tam and Hugo Petai on row 2, Carlos Gorgeous and Remy Rosenthal on row 3, Carl Korgi and Remy Rajal on row 4, Alexander Nellis and as well as Kasper Vikius on row 5, with Benedictus Gracious on the back row. So it's 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our youngsters. And I say youngsters, everybody is young here in karting, but for our youngest category, Otseülekanne and Kasper Meister joint on points. They both have 86 apiece. They have so therefore they have the front row, and Tam on 82 in third, and Hugo Petai on 74. That's why they have row 2. Come around the final turn. Here we go again. You know the process by now. Into the columns they go. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. We are racing once again here in Kandava. Down into turn 1. Oh, that's getting very uncomfortable for Hugo Petai. I think that is bouncing over the grass. Van Dier's going to drop him so far down the field. No, yes, it was Hugo Petai, beg your pardon, that sadly lost out on that one. He's really going to work hard to get back up through the field. He's right behind Karl Korgi, who, were it not for that bad qualifying, could well have been fighting towards the front each and every time, but that gives Petai a bit of breathing space. Kasper Meister has got that's Carlos Gorgeous up into third. A good start for the 432 kart. They come over the line. The towel would display how the start has gone. That is indeed Gorgeous up into third. Johan Tam down into fourth. Remy Rosenthal fifth. Korgi in sixth. Hugo Petai right the way down in seventh. Petai making the most of the breathing space he's got to build up with half a second gap between himself and his chasers. Fourth last season was Petai in the micro category. Same team, Kungi KK. Probably the same kart that he is in this time. See the 422 of Remy Rosenthal ending off the advances of Carl Korgi. Now that gap that Petai had built up has shrunk slightly. Fastest lap of the race now in the hands of Johan Tam. See how the field spreads itself out. So it was Carlos Gorgeous with the opening pole time. He didn't take either of the wins in the heats. 50-point treble 2 is the fastest lap by Johan. See there the 422 of Remy Rosenthal, still fending off the advances of Carl Korgi, but they have got Hugo Petai right behind them as well, as that's a challenge. That's 412 that's dropped a position to Carlos Gorgeous, and immediately counterattacked up into turn 3. And then right on their tail is Johan Tam, trying on the outside of turn 4. Can't get it done though. Valiant effort. Tries to squeeze his way on the inside of 5. He's got it. Nicely done, Johan Tam. Again, opportunistic racing there. That's really bunched up that particular group. So we now have top 2-ish. Certainly Aqva has got himself some more breathing space than he had a lap ago. Is up into second as Cautious. And that is... No, sorry, Cautious is down at the fourth, although he's now challenging for third position from Johan Tam. That is Kasper Mazar that is up into third. Oh! 3 wide on the exit. Oh, that is a brilliant move there from Kogi Yuhi. Very opportunistic move, gaining 2 positions coming down at the turn 3. Very nicely done indeed. Getting 1 position, beg your pardon. Very, very nicely done. Sam did originally demote Cautious at the beginning of the lap. Now they need to settle into their rhythms. They've had their sprint race. Everyone's had their sprint races now, so a bit more about the endurance aspect. Yeah, Johan Tam right the way down at a 6th position now. So we expect to see him fastest lap of the race not last time, but the time before. Hugo Petai with a 49.774. They're not really focusing too much on that, and rightly so. Petai had half a second between himself and Kasper Mazar. Likely to continue that gap with Mazar. He is dragging Carlos Cautious and Carl Korki-Kuhi. You have to have a K in your name to be in the second, third and fourth positions. We look at Hugo Petai. Oh, that was Carlos Cautious making a move for second on Kasper Mazar. Is he going to hold it? No, as Mazar then counterattacks down to turn 3. This is off in the way. And then defends the inside line for 4. Right there with him, Carl Korki-Yuhi. Uniquely coloured. Unique colour scheme for Korki-Yuhi. Common ones being either that kind of aqua blue or the red and yellow colour scheme. Bit of a fidget there from Carlos Cautious. May have been a tiny bit of impact there between Cautious and Korki-Yuhi, but to no avail. And that again is... Here we go again, repeat of last lap. Cautious getting the inside line into turn 1, then the counter attack from Mazar, and that's reversed itself again. And here comes, this is superb. Korki-Yuhi trying to get out 3 wide down into turn 4. Why not? Right behind them, Remy Rosenthal. Now, the winner there was Korki-Yuhi up into 4th, I think that is now. Goodness me, that's a brilliant move there. But the biggest loser certainly was Carlos Cautious. He's down at a 4th now. Sorry, that was 3rd that Korki-Yuhi got up into. They are right on the case now of Petai. Obviously, there has no room for no margin for error now. Fastest lap to, unsurprisingly, Korki-Yuhi, who's being challenged immediately by Carlos Cautious, who's got Remy Rosenthal and Johan Tam for company. And that's an inside manoeuvre for second place for Korki-Yuhi, which he... no, sorry, that was a defence for Carlos Cautious. Because they have... he has managed to do. So Korki-Yuhi still with 3rd position. That's the top 6, 7. All in, all line of stand. Oh, that was close for Remy Rosenthal. Coming through turn 8. No change of position yet. They still have 2.25 minutes to go. Plus 1 lap. Both Petais in this group. They're actually, this whole group is bookmarked by Petais. Ott leading, Hugo at the tail end off. Now Ott Petai under pressure from Kasper Mazar. 7-5 they come. 4-5-5. Now very much with all the defensive work to do. Oh, he looks one way, doesn't see anybody there, because Kasper Mesa has swung to the outside, but he's not going to make a move, stick there through that long turn 8. Where we tend to see the action, but look how defensive Otpatai's gone into turn 1. Going to compromise him a little bit on the exit. Haven't had the space to do anything about it, but that's Mesa that's having a look on the inside at turn 3. Nearly comes together. That's going to give Corky Huhi the momentum, but look at that. That's cautious. Inside line and nails both of Corky Huhi and Mesa. What a move from the 432 car. Brilliant effort from 4th to 2nd in a corner. Excellent stuff. 4-1-2. That's Mesa that's dropped all the way. He's down in the 5th now as Johan Tam has gained a position. Excellent stuff from the micro category. And again, Otpatai, very, very defensive. Down into turn 1. Had to be, as Carlos Kujis definitely had the momentum there to try. Know where to use it. And Corky Huhi keeps making overtakes, but he's being overtaken on our inside line. That's 4-5-6. That's Johan Tam that's relieved Corky Huhi of 3rd. And they're getting very, very, very defensive. Also was Carlos Kujis there. They are swapping all the time. And what a move there. That's Kasper Mesa trying to do a slightly unorthodox overtake, but an overtake attempt nonetheless. Rosenthal and Hugo Petai arguing. Hugo's been demoted. He has indeed. As again, Petai going for that very defensive posture. Oh, that's impact between himself and Carlos Corges. That's really disrupted the momentum of the 432. And through up into 2nd goes Johan Tam. Once again, it's Corky Huhi that is just seemingly stuck in 3rd, challenge for the lead, but not quite there. Otpatai just managing to shut the door on Carlos Corges in time. The timer has now elapsed, so they are on the penultimate lap. Otpatai would have willed that to be the checkered flag right now. He's under all kinds of pressure, along with Corky Huhi looking over his shoulder constantly. No, they have brought the checkered flag out. So my mistake, they were on the +1. So Otpatai has taken the win. Johan Tam in 2nd. Corky Huhi with the fastest lap in 3rd. Remy Rosenthal comes home 4th. Carlos Corges in 5th in the end after all that. Kasper Mesa, one of the front runners, down in 6th position, but Hugo Petai, the biggest loser, the biggest one to have lost out, I should say, down in 7th. Oh, very, very unfortunate for him. 8th is Alexander Nellis. 9th is Remy Reitel. 10th as well as Kasper Vikius and Benedictus Gracious rounding out the field. Goodness me, that was very, very hard fought and very well driven by the micro class. Right, as we see the youngsters coming off the field. Next up is our mini contingent. So all the other superheats are 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So everything, like I say, everything else is 12 minutes. The smallest category does tend to have a slightly shorter race than the rest. So again, so once again, they will be lining up in championship order, and it is Jonas Tam that will have the top spot as he has taken both wins so far today. Full 100 points on the board for the 399 kart. So it is Eunice Tam alongside Carl Hugo Korg for row 1. Sten Mielov and Johan Levy will have row 2. Romet Kulemay and Dominic Lepp have row 3. Rasmus Kors and Simon Ojame have row 4. Leonis Zarakov and Alfred Vesky on row 5. Aris Pascalis and Aris Pascalis Bagaterius and Vil James Uzeliunis, that's the name I struggled with the most today, and again, apologies for it. Vil James Uzeliunis have row 6. Gordon Duellid, and as we hear the karts getting underway for the mini category, Bernadette Anasauskas and Alexander Estrin round out the field. It's Eunice Tam starting the weekend as he intends to go on with the full 100 points. Sporting the Maranello chassis for AX Racing. Second in the micros last season for Chaos Academy. Promoted up to the mini class and starts as he means to go on. He was second for the Estonian Championship and also the Baltic Championship last season. Very much looking to start as he means to go on. While Hugo Korg looking to go one step higher. They're both seconds so far for Timo Racing, who he was with last season as well. Different engine, different chassis this time. It was an Iami engine in a CRG chassis last year. This time it is a TM engine in a Maranello chassis. We'll then work the way towards turn 8. The 2x2s. I'm of the opinion you shouldn't really weave when you're in the 2x2 column, but the rules are, if you're not breaking the rules, are allowed to do so. Into the columns they go. Is the starter happy? He is not. Shake of the head from the starter. He does not drop the flag. There were some that were towards the back that were a little bit late forming 2x2 columns there, where I suspect the starter was not happy with forming of the columns. Another formation lap for mini contingent. If it was to happen that the starter was unhappy for a second time, the field are then brought round to the grid. They are held stationary, and those responsible for causing the restart are spoken to. Then we go through the process again. Not common. It has happened this time around. Yet to see it this weekend. Hopefully we don't. Into the columns they come. And he's happy this time. We are racing for the super heat here for the mini contingent. Oh my goodness me, a big impact there and up and over the top. Couldn't quite see the dust was obscuring which car that was. That's 307. So that is Johan Levy from 4th place. Up and over the top of, again, I couldn't quite see which car he went over. But that was quite an alarming incident, but the kart still seems to be moving. Hopefully kart and driver are okay. And they are not stopping the race, so it looks like the karts have gotten back going under their own steam. But around the final couple of corners, let's see how the opening lap is shaped up for the rest of the field. Eunice Tam leads the way from Sten Mielov. Romet Kulemay in 3rd, Dominic Lepp in 4th. Rasmus Kors in 5th, and Leonis Zarakov rounds out the top 6. That's our top breakaway group. It was Johan Leidvi that was the 307 kart that we saw. So you didn't quite see which kart that he came into contact with, but here's our lead group. Yunus Tam looking to try and make it 3 in a row. Continue where he left off. Oh, big defensive posture there for Tule. Fending off the advances of Dominic Lepp in 344 kart. Very defensive on the way down towards turn 1. Keeps hold of that 3rd position, does Romit Kuleve. To turn 3, come our lead group. Yunus Tam, with no particular breathing space over Sten Milov, who has the fastest lap of the race so far, 47.939 for the treble 3 kart in 2nd place. Johan Leidvi has retired the kart. Not really a surprise, it was quite an impact that he had there, so he's quite rightly retired that. Onwards this battle goes. And again, defensive posture, but is it going to be enough? Big move on the inside line for Dominic Lepp, and wrestles away that 3rd position. Is he going to be compromised on the run down towards 3? No, he manages to hold on that position, although nearly pushed through turn 3 by Romit Kulame. And right behind them is Rasmus Kors. Is that an opportunity there? No, not quite. Coming down into turn 5 for Kulame to try and re-attack for a 3rd position. Top 2 breaking away, and that's the 363. That's Gordy Dulev from 8th position. That's a retirement for him. Oh, Johan Leidvi is actually still circulating. So has maybe given the kart a bit of a shake and seen what comes out, and has chosen to continue. It's some distance behind the pack, but he is choosing to carry on. Gordy Dulev, sadly, we saw him at the side of the road, so he is out of the race. Wasn't actually showing that Johan Leidvi was in the pits on my timing screen, which he may well have been, or he was perhaps choosing to do so and then change his mind. Korg in the 375 kart is Carl Hugo Korg down to 8th place. See the biggest loss of the start on the graphic there. Over the line once more. Fastest lap now in the hands of Jonas Tam, not by much, but it is in his hands. He's built up 0.3 of a second between himself and Sten Milov. Dominic Lepp, 3rd. On the case of the treble 3 of Milov. Romit Kulame, slightly out of shot there, but just seeing, there he is. He's now got Rasmus Kors for company. Having lost that 3rd position to Dominic Lepp, he's now defending again. Top 3 are almost equidistant apart. Round turn 8 they come. 6 all in a line. That's down to Leonis Zarakov. 7 minutes to go. They're approaching halfway in their superheat. Kors has gotten ahead of Kulame. See on the shot. We just saw Kors there sneaking into the picture. He has managed to wrestle that 4th position away. Fastest lap now in the hands of Dominic Lepp. 47.392. That's good. Couple of tenths he's found on the top 2. Ever evolving lap time. The track continues to rubber in and continues to warm up a little bit as they find their rhythms. Nick Lepp, new fastest lap again, 47.3. Couple of tenths on both of the cars ahead of him. Certainly trying to wrong foot Sten Milov. Doesn't get as good an exit out of turn 3. Turn 4 though. stays very much on the rear bumper of Sten Mielov. Right behind them is Rasmus Kors and Romet Kulamay. Not falling away from the man that's demoted him. Leonid Sarakov has fallen off the back of the duel ahead of him, though. There's Tam now with 3.5 of a second of breathing space. He is definitely capitalizing on the fact that Sten Mielov is defending from Dominic Lepp. Personal best, though, from Tam and Mielov in this race, and Kulamay, as well as Simon Ojame and Carl Hugo Korg. Still plenty of people finding pace out there. Dominic Lepp is just biding his time a little bit. He may well have the fastest lap. He's not trying to lunge on the inside at places that aren't going to pay off for him. However, it does look like, and indeed, personal best from Rasmus Kors, and also from Sten Mielov, top 3 in the 47.4s, 4 of the top 5 in the 47.4s, the exception being Rasmus Kors getting a 47.3. He is starting to close in on the top 3 now. He's broken free of Romet Kulamay. See here in this camera shot, Dominic Lepp in the tyre tracks of the treble 3, poised, ready to strike. He's biding his time. He's waiting for his moment. He could be leaving it to the very last minute. Pros and cons in doing that. If you do it and it's successful, it means that your opponent does not have the opportunity to counterattack. But if you don't do it, you haven't got time to do it again. Fastest lap of the race to Rasmus Kors, who's now right in the tyre tracks of Dominic Lepp. 47.1, gained nearly 2/10 on those ahead of him. Quite clearly see now that Rasmus Kors in this group, ready to make Dominic Lepp rethink his strategy here. As Jonas Tam continues to stretch his legs and stretch his lead. Now what's Dominic Lepp going to do? Because it's all well and good when you're chasing the car ahead of you, but when you are now the chased, it changes the complex of your race. And there he goes. I did wonder whether he's going to bounce on the inside of turn 3 in a change of tactic, and also goes Kors, Rasmus Kors on the inside of so Rasmus Kors has made Mielov's day even worse. Interesting hand gesture there from 323 of Rasmus Kors. Jonas Tam now over a second's advantage. Oh, that was deep though from Dominic Lepp. They're going to be of disadvantage. He's managed to gather that together, but Rasmus Kors very much on the pace. Sten Mielov now down at the 4th. Romet Kulamay is there as well. He moved from Kors. No, not this time. 2 minutes left on the clock, plus 1 lap. Kors is itching to get on with it. Dominic Lepp is holding on to that second position for now. Into turn 8 once again. Through the long left-hander, sweep through the right and over the line. Lead gap remaining broadly as is. And again, that was deep for Dominic Lepp. Has managed to make the exit work for him. This quartet is ready to capitalize on any small mistake. And 5. No change this time. No one's letting off the gas. Everyone's pushing like crazy to try and make the most of the situation they're in, or improve on the situation they're in. The personal best from Sten Mielov last time around Over the line once again. 3 to go. And let's see then how this is going to shake out. Unusta Tam just in his rhythm. He's losing a tenth here or there, but he's got enough of a gap that won't make a difference. We're on our penultimate lap now. That lap is under all the pressure in the world from Rasmus Kors. Again, Dominic Lepp very deep, coming through turn 5. That cannot be helping him, but he's making it work. Are they going to beat the clock? They are going to beat the clock, actually. So I thought it was penultimate lap last time around. It's not. It's now. As the timer is elapsing now. So they've got this plus 1 lap to go. So we're down to 13 karts as we lost Gordy Dulev and Johan Ladby earlier on. It's still running. Maybe tried to continue, but decided to park it in the end. Unusta Tam has done everything he needs to do, just needs to follow the exact same line again. Over the line, final lap. Final lap board, and there we go. Dominic Lepp is now defending the inside line. That's going to compromise him on the exit of 2. And again, he parked that one on the apex perfectly. Rasmus Kors couldn't do anything about it. Oh my goodness me, that is Kuupäev that is trying to do something about it, though. It does not do it. Isn't able to. And at the turn 5, again, defensive posture for Dominic Lepp. He's feeling the pressure now. He's too deep. Coming out of turn 5. That's opened the door for Rasmus Kors. But they're still side by side. Late braking, though, for Dominic Lepp. He's back up into second. Glues himself to the inside line. Coming down into that penultimate turn. Oh, that was close. Your winner, though, 3 for 3, is Unusta Tam. But so close you could walk between the karts. Dominic Lepp in second. Rasmus Kors tried valiantly, thought he got it done on the exit of turn 5, but Dominic Lepp was not having that. Sten Mielov from starting in second, down into 4th in the end. Romet Kuupäev in 5th. Leonis Zakharov in 6th. Carl Hugo Korg in 7th. Simon Oshime in 8th. Aras Pascalis Bagaterius in 9th. Alfred Vesky in 10th. Alexander Ester in 11th. Will James Uzeliunas in 12th, and Bernardus Anisauskas in 13th. The last of our runners, we lost Gordy Dulev and Johan Ladby early on. Wow, that was absolutely incredible. Took 2 attempts at the start, but what a race they gave us, and that was that impact for Johan Ladby. Right over the track. Couldn't quite see it. I'm not sure if it was Gordy Dulev. He went over. Tried to keep going. Kept going for another couple of laps, but decided to bring that one in soon afterwards. Wow, what a great performance from our mini class. But it's 3 for 3 for Unusta Tam for AX Racing. Absolutely superb stuff. As next up is going to be for their 12-minute plus 1 lap superheat is our OKN Juniors. They are up next. Out they come then is the OKN Juniors with their penultimate race of the day. The super heat for them is 12 minutes plus 1 lap, as mentioned. There is Emilius Yazaitis that has the championship lead for them. In the 217 cart, he is joined by Sebastian Kurz on the front row. Jasper Kors and Patrick Ovandi on row 2. Tristan Tellis and Bennett Corges on row 3. Patrick Trail and Vaidinis Pitkis on row 4. Vanius Zalnavikius and Gustav Radovikius on row 5. Marcus Haak and Romit Nosov on row 6. Aston Asma and Aranis Rimkus on row 7. Rico Nigula and Martin Mayemerd on row 8. Henry Kadestik and Klaus Hans at the tail end of the field. Well, let us see then what the OKN Juniors have in store for us. I think it's fair to say it's not been a good day for national driver Klaus Hans. Didn't finish in the first heat, was disqualified from the second heat. Oh, that's someone facing the wrong way. There's a bit of confusion there. They were very late forming the 2x2, and that's a driver out of the kart. That's 2-2-3. That's Patrick Ovandi from 4th. Oh my goodness me. Not what you expect to see on the formation lap. But they are forming the 2x2. Does the starter drop the flag? I'm not surprised to see that he doesn't. Patrick Ovandi, 4th place. And just had that spin, installed the engine. There's no starters on these things. They can't get themselves going again. So they have to do the formation lap again. That wasn't really a surprise. The 2x2 lines looked okay, but that issue with Patrick Ovandi has necessitated a second formation lap. We just got caught out in where the field were forming the 2x2 line because they were very late forming the 2x2s. By the way, we have lost our first, and it's 4th place in the championship after our heats this morning. For Patrick Ovandi. Round turn 8 come our remaining competitors. There'll be a gap there where Patrick should be. Into the 2x2 lines. Is the starter happy this time? He is. We are racing then in the super heat. Oh, that's a big slide there for Sebastian Kurz. That's going to cost him very, very terribly. He's lost 3 positions as a result of that one slide. From 2nd to 5th for the 214. But Emilius Yazaitis leads the way. Oh, that's a spin! That's a spin. Lock up at the end for 283. That was Tristan Tellers. And he's got his feet on the ground. And he is out. Oh, his car will need to be recovered. Oh my goodness, 2 down before a racing lap is completed. Oh, there was a bit of a knock there. Couldn't quite see who that was between. But Emilius Yazaitis now leads Patrick Trails, who's got the fastest lap of the race in the 280. Oh my goodness me, that was the 266 of Henry Kadestik that was going very deep at turn 1. Yazaitis from Trail from Sebastian Kurz was briefly up into 3rd, but he's been repassed by, I think that is Jasper Kors that's passed him. Kors and Kurz. Oh, very deep there. That's a challenge. That's the 282. Oh, sliding their way through turn 8. That was Pitkis and Cautious arguing for their bit of real estate. Fastest lap of the race by Jasper Kors. Oh, around the outside at turn 3. Interesting attempt, but that's opened the door for Sebastian Kurz to try and make a move up into turn 3. Does not come off. They remain where they are, amazingly. Daitis from Trails. Kurz right behind. Kors right behind him. Nearly impact between the top 2. remain where they are for the time being. It's truth. That was a lot to take on board, but Tristan Tellis and Patrick Ovandi are retirements from this race thus far. Fastest lap of the race now in the hands, ironically, of our last place runner, of Gustas Radovicius, the 201. He's got the most amount of fresh air to himself, whereas our top runners all arguing for their bit of real estate. See Patrick trailed, getting a bit defensive, but that's a mistake there from Yazaitis. And that's Patrick trailed up into the lead at turn 5. Almost the entire field is in this group. Minus Kadistik and Radovicius are off the back of it. Oh, that is Yazaitis on the inside of turn 1. And parks it on the apex perfectly well. And also that is Bennett Courges, that is arguing with Sebastian Kurz for 3rd place. And Emilius Yazaitis quite pleased with that move. Nicely done. See Patrick Trail trying to do what he can to get that position back again from the Lithuanian. No dice though. Through the penultimate turn they come once again. Still got another 8 minutes to do. Oh, that was a bit of a wobble there. I think that was Courges. Oh, you want to talk about a wobble? Goodness me, breaking on the dust was Patrick Trail. I bet that woke him up. Well caught though. Caught that as soon as the tail snapped away from him. Grabbed hold of that. Could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. Another fastest lap of the race by Gustav Radovicius again. He's running down at the tail of the field, sadly. Breakaway, the top group of about 6 carts broken away from this next group of 4. Down to Jasper Kors. 3, 4, it is 6. Kors challenge potential for 3rd. That was Courges on Kurz, but again, no change there. In a blink of an eye, a position or even a series of positions can change. So it's always worth watching the great racing going on here in our OKN Junior category. All of our categories here put on a fantastic show. The graphic on screen there, it's the 207 of Aronis Rimkus that's gained the most. Fastest lap now in the hands of Sebastian Kurz in 3rd place. 43.250. Every kart in the 43s. Is the close nature of this group. Be surprising if the fastest lap changes hands quite a few times. Lost the race, but look at Sebastian Kurz on the back of Patrick Trail for 2nd. See the 280 kart really looking over his shoulder, really feeling the pressure. Much like the 207 of Aronis Rimkus. Oh, very defensive posture there for Patrick. And again, that's a very, very wayward and well-held moment there for Bennett Courges. Again, breaking on the dust. The tail tries to snap away, and he got hold of that. And then manages to wrong foot Sebastian Kurz for 3rd. Wow. What a great sequence of events that was. Oh, runs a bit deep though into turn 5. Does manage to keep Countryman at bay. Right behind them, Berndes Pitkus. Fastest lap now into the 42s, 42.976 for Emilius Yazaitis. Oh, that's a challenge. That's Jasper Kors on Berndes Pitkus. A successful challenge at that. So that is 5th position now to Jasper Kors. Right behind them, that pack of 4 has joined them. Look at this, that's still Sebastian Kurz on the back of Bennett Cautious. You have to bide their time a bit, time their attack as best they can. Although for the most part they will still drive absolutely flat out. We're still getting personal best throughout the field. Yeah, no one's really letting up as such. Don't have power steering or ABS or any some such in these things. It is all raw racing. So it was quite physically demanding. But that was a tiny bit deep there for Bennett Cautious. The treble two. Has managed to keep the door shut from Sebastian Kurz. So Pingelised has nearly built up a second's lead now over the group that behind him. That is pretty much right the way down to 10th, which is Martin Maymerd, the 226 kart. Fastest lap now is Jasper Kors in 5th position, the 231. I suspect that's going to change hands a few times for the Czechoslovak fours in 3.5 minutes plus 1. No man's land there is Jasper Kors actually. Then once again, and now it's Sebastian Kurz that has the fastest lap, 42.899 to his name. Currently in 4th position, tucked up behind Bennett Cautious. Very literally tucked up behind him. Still trying to chase Patrick Traelt. Or nearly pushing the treble two car is Sebastian Kurz. In his tyre tracks, he's shaping up for a move here. Is he going to banzai the inside of turn 1? No, he's remaining where he is for now. He'll know that Jasper Kors is right on his tail, and that's a fastest lap by the 231 kart again. No, I was expecting Sebastian Kurz to try something there into turn 3. Turn 3 or turn 4, chose not to do so. They're closed right into the back of Patrick Traelt now. Second place runner has no breathing space now. Has got 4 on his tail. Sebastian Kurz now very much involved in this group. Sorry, Jasper Kors is very much involved in this group. Then it is a gap back to be doing his pit kiss. Well, that looked very deep from Patrick Traelt, but he manages to make it work. Oh, there's a touch there. Bennett Cautious into the back of Patrick Traelt. Don't think Patrick needs reminding of there, Bennett. I'm fairly sure he's aware of it. The breakaway from the training group as well. Pictis, I will get that right eventually, has broken away from the pack behind. Aronis Rimkis is now leading. Lead now 1.3 seconds Pingelised has. Less than a minute to go until the final lap board is shown. Oh, you saw there the 214 of Sebastian Kurz had the momentum around the outside on the exit turn 4, but couldn't use it. No space to use the momentum he had. He's really trying to wrong foot Patrick Traelt here. Was that a tap there? Couldn't quite see. It certainly looked it from that camera angle. Oh, he's gone one way, tried to solve the dummy, but Traelt's not having that. Well defended there from the 280 kart of Patrick Traelt. Very, very well defended. Bennett Cautious tried to really put him off. But the KS Academy OTK kart was not falling for that one. Oh, and again, nearly impact between the treble 2 and the 280 of Cautious and Tryout, respectively. Pingelised is just slowly waltzing off into the sunset at this rate. Final lap bought out. There it is, you can see on the left, defending heavily the inside line of straight. Oh, that's Kurz! Oh my goodness me, no, that's Kors, beg your pardon, wrong K. Jasper Kors just went too wide, too much on the dust on the way down towards turn 1. Oh, and that's a move there, that's the 214 of Kurz on Cautious. Well, Patrick Tryout will be thankful for that, as that's backed off his challenge. And that is up into third for Sebastian Kurz. Timed the attack perfectly well. It's a big shame for Jasper Kors there. Over the line then to take the win of the superheat is Pingelised. Second is Patrick Tryout. Third, at the death of the race, Sebastian Kurz. Then Bennett Cautious in fourth position, with Vidunus Pictis in fifth, Aranus Ribkis in sixth position, with Venus Salavikius, beg your pardon, in seventh, Martin Maymerd in eighth, Rumit Mozov in ninth, Klaus Hans in 10th position, Jasper Kors all the way down in 11th, that last lap mistake. Then Gustavs Radovikius with the fastest lap in the end, but right the way down there in 12th. Marcus Hark in 13th, Aston Asma 14th, Enrico Nigola in 15th, and Henry Kadasik rounding out the finish hit in 16th position. We lost in the course of those Patrick Ovandi and Tristan Tellers. That was where Patrick Ovandi came to rest in that particular camera shot. This was a replay of the start, and everybody kind of surviving, but mistakes were made, positions were going to lost, and that was that big moment there for Tristan Tallis that's caused him to stall. Just got out onto the marbles, too late on the brakes. Sadly, not able to save it. Oh, frantic from our OKN juniors. Up next is the superheat for our OKN seniors. Next up is our OKN seniors. Not officially called OKN seniors, but as we have a junior class, it differentiates them from our junior contingent. And, well, having won quite comfortably the first 2 races, again, is formed in championship order. Theodore Tubal has the front row with Matas Balsius. Alongside, right behind them, rather, is Franziska Mazikap and Emilius Bukaskas. Oliver Soden, retired from the from the second heat this morning, will line up at the back of the field. Again, they will have the rolling start. They're on their second formation lap now. So 12 minutes plus 1 lap then for our Oki and senior contingent. A lot of the racing we've enjoyed has been between Franziska Mazikap and Matas Balsius. See then, get to enjoy more of those two dueling away. As Oliver Sonim managed to find something in his car. He retired from the final race, so hopefully problems don't befall him this time. And away we go. Wow, that was a very early chop across the circuit. I was surprised that the starter allowed that one, but that is very, very deep for Balsius. Oh no, impact that's pushed. Oh my goodness me, that's Sunam and I think Bukaskas that have come together. Oh my goodness, that was quite chaotic. That brings us down to 3. But at the moment, that's Mezicap that is keeping Theodore Tubal company. Clark, of course, has just to continue. The stranded carts are off the field. There is 131. That's Oliver Sunam. No fault of his own this time. Oops, there was a problem there for Theodore Tubal. It didn't look particularly comfortable coming through turn 3. Down to 3 carts then for the OKN Seniors Superheat. Actually, it is 4 because I just realised Bukaskas is still running, but he's a considerable distance behind the field. Fastest lap changing hands actually between all 3 of our front running carts. Currently, it is with Matas Balsius. These 3 can get close together and have a great old scrap for who's going to stand where on the podium. That would be very, very entertaining. It would be also the first time today that Theodore Tubal has been really challenged, if that happens. We'll see how this race then develops. Christian Mezicap staying very much in the tyre tracks of Theodore Tubal. And with the new fastest, well, I was going to say with the new fastest lap, and it changed again, as I was saying. Matas Balsius, he was just a little bit off the back of these two, following that first lap incident with Oliver Sunam and Emilius Bukaskas. There'll be a penalty going his way as a result of that, but that is up for the stewards to decide. There's a cap. He is definitely keeping Theodore Tubal company now. Probably they've tweaked something, changed something, new tyres, whatever it is. Change that's happened from the morning heats to now has definitely given Theodore Tubal something to think about. Matched lap time for the top 2 within quarter of a tenth. Fastest lap again from Matas Balsius, but only by half a tenth again. Absolutely identical pace from our top 3. There's a gap for Tark Racing in the Treble 1 car. There's a Birillart chassis. The DM card engine. In the Estonian OK Junior category last year. The year before was in the Estonian and the Baltic Championship, again in the OK Junior category. Has a few years experience racing these kind of karts, this age group. And once again, does the fastest lap change hands? It does. It goes to our race leader. But still, all three of our front runners in the 43 threes. Even Bukowskis is in the 43s as well, 43.9. Somewhat adrift of the rest of the field. Now, Tule doing what he did in the last couple of heats. Now it's just got his rhythm and opening up the gap. Preventing Mezicat from making any kind of challenge, or at least for the time being. Maintain it well, judging by the performance of this morning, certainly so. And there we go, 43.1 now on the board for Theodor Tule. Once again, showing that he is the class of this field. To always have an answer for anything thrown at him. Behind Mezicat is his arch nemesis from round one, Matas Balsius, who's just got the fastest lap back again. The 128 car in third, 43.0. Personal best for Francisco Mezicat. Say 43.2, so still slower than the two karts around him. Not while they continue to maintain the pace though. 43.8 for Bukowskis, so isn't likely to be caught unless he makes a mistake of some description. Isn't likely to be caught by the lead three. Personal best for Tule. Does not reclaim the fastest lap. Yeah, we're talking about a mere hundredth or thousandth difference. The lap time difference between Mezicat, which was a personal best of 43.1, 43.161, and Matas Balsius was 4 thousandths of a second last time around. 43.161 versus 43.165. A little bit deep there on turn 7 for Tule. Likely to cost him too much though. We've seen how easily a mistake can happen though. Balsius is really getting close. About sub 43 now on the board, and this time it is Balsius again. The 128 car has done a 42.944. Closed into 0.6 of a second to Francisco Mezicat. It's our top three. 3.6 from Emilios Bukowskis. Oh, again, all three of our front runners, all the podium runners, 43.0s. Biggest difference, half a tenth. As Mezicat slightly slower than the two around him. By 2 thousandths of a second, Balsius was quicker than Tule. You've got to hand it for consistency. But that is allowing Matthias Balsius to close right in now on Francisco Mezicap. These two resuming their duel from the heats this morning. So far, Balsius has been the victor between these two. Well, no, beg your pardon. It was kind of one victory each, because it was second for Balsius in Heat 1, and it was second for Mezicap in Heat 2. Qualifying was in the favour of Balsius. Can Mezicap fend off the advantage of his Lithuanian arch rival? Or will the Estonian be beaten out of that second position? A bit deep there, out of turn 1 for Mezicap. 2 minutes 20 to go. 2 minutes 20 plus 1 lap, I should say. Is the big guns after this. It's the KZ2s. Oh, wow. Tubal getting a little bit uncomfortable there on the exit of turn 7. Really had to kind of wrestle that straight. Still a 47, still a 42.8. Personal best for Mezicap at 42.9. But with Balsius all over his tail, that challenge for second is very much on. Early challenge for Mezicap fading away for the lead. Theodore Tubal knows something the rest don't. Well, they are different chassis. Tony Kart chassis for Tubal is a barrel art chassis for Mezicap. And it is an OTK chassis for Balsius. Balsius running the iArmy engine. Burnham's actually running a Vortex engine in his Tony Kart chassis. It's the only one of the weekend that is running that engine. 42.6 for Theodore Tubal. Doesn't need to push, doesn't need to build the lead, but is doing so. Very much a racer of, I can go faster, therefore I'm going to. That's the racing instinct though, isn't it? You want to be going quicker, you want to be able to push yourself on and on and on. Maybe he's just spotted Emilius Bukowskis down the road. Try and catch him, but this is the penultimate lap now. 20 seconds on the board. That was Mezicap going tad deep on the exit of turn 1. Oh, that was very risky line there for Mezicap. That looked very, very close to the grass, but a bit of a slide there on the exit of 3 for Balsius. Tyre's probably screaming enough by now. Do have their final to go. Their longest race of the weekend. Oh, final, that penultimate turn. Looking a little bit sketchy for Mezicap. Yet again, too deep into turn 1. Is that an opportunity for Matthias Balsius? No, just nowhere to use the pace. Still keeping the pressure on. But Mezicap is struggling, it looks like, to keep Balsius behind. But he's able to get the exit speed that he needs to keep the 128 car in third. Could be the last opportunity for Matthias Balsius. Over the line, 3 for 3. It's the 151 of Theodore Tubal by the merest margin. Francisco Mezicap holds on to second. Matthias Balsius will have to contend with third this time. And Emilius Bukowskis, a very lonely fourth following that tanglement between himself, Oliver Sunum, through no fault of Oliver's, who's somewhat, that impact between himself and Matthias Balsius was to blame for that. For the fastest lap and win once again is Theodore Tubal. Then it is our KZ2 category. Now, the KZ2 Masters are racing, from what I can see, with the KZ2. Oh, and there it was. That Oliver Sunum really had nowhere to go. There was that spin for Bukowskis. Got going again. But Sunum sadly did not. It's been a pretty miserable weekend for Oliver Sunum. That early challenge mounted there from this Mazicap. In the end, was Theodore Tubal doing what he does and just running off into the distance. So then our final superheat of the afternoon, it is the KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. They have combined the two. KZ2s and KZ2 Masters were originally scheduled to be separate races and separate superheats. Separate superheat and separate final to each other. It does look like they are being combined into one superheat and one final, which is good to see. As that's what we've been enjoying. KZ2 Masters and KZ2s really duking it out on track together. So Edgar Wilkins is got the top of the tree with Alexander Usneem right next to him on row 1. Emils Achmans is going to be alongside Oscar Lucas Orsing on row 2. Meryl Peldis has got our KZ2 Masters leader of Rikas Calciums alongside her. Hugo Rajamet and Patricia Kaita Stalidzana, row 5. Nicholas Valbikas and Aloysius Chekovikius next. So remaining KZ2 Masters of Martins Rollis, Reyes Mukas rounding out the field. Now, as a reminder, the reason they will have a standing start, that's why they are very, very vigorous on getting particularly their rear tyres up and running at the temperature. Do not have 2 rolling laps to do it. It goes Wilkins. Whilst he on track was across the line first on both races, he was penalised in the first heat, so he was demoted to second, and that was behind Alexander Usneem. So both of them level on championship with the first and second apiece. They have the front row. Flag waver is happy that they are formed. And lights are on. And away we go. That caught out a few people. You can see waving hands there from one of the drivers. Oh, a bit of a knock there coming through turn 1. But Wilkins has had a pretty good start. And that is the 21 of Usneem, who's hung on to second. There was a bit of argy-bargy between him and Emils Achmans. But they have remained in their starting positions. Right behind them is the 17. So yes, that's all Orsing that's remained in 4th. Broadly, until you get more towards the tail end of the field, remain where they've started. We will double check that when they come over the line. Again, Edgar Wilkins, as he has done all day, has had an absolutely stunning start. Who was it that fell towards the field? So Rickard's Calcium's up into 5th ahead of Meryl Pelvis. Whoever it was that had a bad start must have regained some momentum again, because everybody has actually crossed the line in the positions they started in. See on the tower, yellow marks entries are the KZ2s. The blue marks the KZ2 Masters. Similar machinery, but of a different age group. Wilkins leads the way. Usnim in second. Lachman's in third. The top two are got some breathing space, but those behind them definitely don't. Niels Akmans has definitely got pressure from Oscar Lucas Orsing, who's definitely got pressure from Rickard Calcium's. A superb start. The KZ2 Master leader, the number 9 car, Meryl Peldes, beg your pardon. I've been saying Pelbus all day. My apologies, Meryl. There's Peldes. Is right there in 6th position. Does look like visually that Usnim is closing in a bit on Edgar Wilkin. A couple of positions gained for the 29 car of Numinous Volbekis. One gain for Rickard Calciums, and that's the number 55 car. That's Meryl Peldes getting back up into 5th position from Rickard Calciums. Rickard doesn't realistically need to fight that as far as the KZ2 Masters are concerned. He's quite a distance ahead of the number 15 of Martins Rollis down in 11th, but they're a racing driver. They want as many positions as they can get hold of. Through the penultimate turn they can. Now, fastest lap does indeed, as I thought it would, go to Alexander Usnim. Oh, very, very close there between Oscar Lucas Orsing and Miro Peldes again. Those two duked it out all day. 5 car in 5th position in the championship. 17. 4th. Moment with the 3rd and the 5th, with Peldes 5th and the 4th. 3rd and the 5th, and a 4th and the 5th, basically. There's difference between those two. It's quite a points difference. 77 points to Orsing, and 55 to Peldes. 55 all over the back of the 17 now. Dark Racing number 17 fending off the advances of the Talvar Racing number 55. Right now, all eyes are on them. And once again, Wilkins has got a real challenge for Usnim. They are right with each other. Our lead 2, as well as this battle for 4th place, between Orsing and Peldes. Very, very close together. Fastest lap again, Alexander Usnim, the Estonian in the 21 car, the X Racing entry. Was 3rd in KZ2 last season. An Alpha Karting chassis. Going over to the Maranello chassis for this season. Oscar Lucas Orsing keeping the advances of Miro Peldes at bay for now. Another fastest lap of the race. I mean, they're improving by hundreds and thousands each time. Or as Peldes had a look on the inside coming down towards turn 3, couldn't get it done. Very defensive on the inside of 4 for Orsing. Got time, 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap to try and do something about it. Volbekis has fallen down into 9th position, so a possible mistake there. Patricia Kaita Stalizana up into 7th now. Our sub 41 of the race, 40.989 again for Usnim. Yeah, just under 0.5 of a second separates the top 2. As we continue to look at the battle for 4th position between Oscar Lucas Orsing and Miro Peldes, 2 Estonians. Birillart of the Tark Racing number 17 has really been fending off the advances of the number 55 against same spec, rear art, chassis, same engine in the pair of them. Veldis racing for Talvar Racing. Was second in 2024 in the OK Junior class. Didn't race in this championship last season. Coming back with a force in 2026. There is our lead two, now on strain. Alexander Özneem. As we have had a retirement, number 27, Aloysius Chekovikius is out, unfortunately. Another fastest lap of the race by Alexander Özneem, 40.941. Chipping away at the gap between himself and Edgar's Vilkins. Is Edgar's playing the numbers game well? There's not a massive amount of difference in the lap time between the first two, so I don't reckon he is. Oh, that's very deep coming out of turn 7. They're catching the back of Andreas Murkis again. 4 and a bit minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Just trying to get an early apex there, coming through turn 1, not giving him anything. Although, yet again, another fastest lap, 40.8. That's 20. That's Chekovikius coming back out on circuit, so he's been waiting for a gap. Just out of shot there. There is Andreas Murkis. Doing the right thing, staying out of the way. Through turn 7 once again. Through turn 8, beg your pardon. Wilkins is not adopting the defensive posture yet. Özneem doing everything he can to keep Vilkins under pressure, and Merrill Peldis has gotten ahead of Oscar Lucas Orsing for 4th position. As we've been looking at the top 2, Stanazani is still arguing for 7th position. Rickard's Calciums is falling down 9th position. What's happened to the number 9 kart? A potential issue or mistake there. Top 2 remaining as they are. Wilkins leads the way in the number 69 home-sponsored machine. Aldous Wilkins being the sponsor of Edgar's Wilkins racing efforts and the Sodi chassis. Took part in KZ2 last season for AV Motorsport. Also took part in the KZ2 class in 2024. Looks set to rule the roost. But Alexander Özneem doing what he can in the AX Racing Maranello chassis. Was 3rd in KZ2 last season was Alexander. 3rd in both the Estonian and the Baltic Racing Championship. Although he was in the Aqva Karting chassis last time. Maranello chassis this time. Was the OK Junior champion in 2024. The Estonian Championship, and was 3rd in the OK Junior class in the Baltic Championship. But knows how to throw these cars around. Took the opening win of, took the Heat 1 win, or an inherited win from Edgars Wilkins. Second to his arch nemesis. This time around now we have 40.8 on the board from Edgars Wilkins, who steal away the new fastest lap. Alexander Özneem is not interested in that. He's piling the pressure on. We're getting into the closing stages of this race. Özneem still trying desperately to wrong foot championship leader. Well, they're joint championship leader, these two, because they both had a 2nd and a 1st so far. First or best from Oscar Lucas Orsing as well. 41.1.7 on the board for him. He continues to chase Meripeldas. We are all eyes on this superb battle for the lead. This will be championship lead as well. And Ricard's Calcium's KZ2 Masters leader has retired. Oh, and that's a big lunge from Alexander Usni, but that's not going to hold off for him. Whether he missed his breaking point or whether he intended to try and make the move down to the turn 7, couldn't get it to stick, and that's cost him. Cost him a length or two on Edgar Wilkins, but still in with a chance of it. The time is just about to tick to 0 now, and there it is. Now, really, Usni's got to reel in that gap, which is no easy feat. There's only a couple of kart lengths in it, but because of the pace difference is so narrow between these two, there's no easy feat whatsoever. Through turn 8. Final lap board now being shown. Wilkins from Usni. Miles Ackmans is actually under pressure as well from Meripeldas that we can't see. It was spotted that on the tower. Meryl's been slowly reeling in the number 24, but our eyes on this one as well. And it's an opportunity that Usni has lost out on. He wasn't close enough to challenge down into turn 5. And he's not going to gain an opportunity now. Checker flag is out, and that is Edgar Wilkins that will take the win in the superheats. Chased home by Alexander Usni, and look at that. Emils Ackmans chased home by Meripeldas right at the end. Rounding out the podium 3, Oscar Lucas Orsing has 5th place. Hugo Rajamet in 6th. Patricia Kaita Stalitzana in 7th. With Numinous Volvikas in 8th. Martins Wallace, our lead KZ2 Master racer this time, 9th. Andreas Mukas in 10th. Aloysius Czekovicki is following going into the pits, but actually comes home to take 11th place. Sadly, Ricard's Calcium's needing to retire towards the end of the race. And that is our final superheat of the day. It is now the finals. The longest race for each category now awaits. The replay got somewhat uncomfortable for several drivers, but did manage to somehow get back up into their starting positions by the end of the lap. There's a bit of a mixture of race lengths awaiting us. We had some brilliant pressure application and defensive driving from our drivers. That was that big move there for the 55 of Meripeldas. That duel between her and Oscar Lucas Orsing lasted a good old long time. That sadly was concluded, but Peldas then chased off after Emils Ackmans. Right, it is the final race of the day then for our categories. When we just saw there the 27 car rejoining it. Fair play of Czekovicki is there. That was a big move then from Usman, but he just couldn't get it slowed down enough. The last chance he had before the checker flag fell. Final race of the day then for the Micro 60 contingent will be up next. And we're already getting our final underway. Trying to get ahead of schedule. This is our micro class getting back underway once again. And goodness me, they are really fighting for it, as they have done all day long. But it's the 456, which is Johan Tam, that has gotten back up into the lead. Very nicely done. Otpatai was starting on the front, but Johan Tam has absolutely nailed it and gotten up into the lead. So this is 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So there, the microfinal is as long as their super final was. Oh, look at Otpatai trying to get up and under to get that position back, but to no avail. Over the line they come for the first time in anger, and Johan Tam leads the way. Otpatai in second, as that is Carl Kogiyuhi that is right behind and challenging for that second position. Side by side coming up into turn 3 and turn 4, excuse me. But no to out, tries to get the up and under. Can he do it? He's got the inside for 5, but no, strung around the outside. Well driven from Otpatai. And then you've got the 412 of Kasper Mesa that's trying to do something about it. And again, the Sodi chassis of Carl Kogiyuhi manages to defend that one. Again, defends the inside. Oh, you would think they're on the final lap rather than the first few laps, but they are giving it everything they've got. And again, fair play to them. They're putting on a fantastic show as Johan Tam is running off. I say running off, comparatively running off on this one. He's built up around about half a second's gap between himself and Otpatai. And that's a move on the inside. No, that's impact. That's Kogiyuhi that's been turned around. I think that was Mesa that had the impact. I think Kasper Mesa and the 412. I think it was him that came together with the 427 car that sent the Sodi chassis down, right the way down. Oh dear, oh dear. That may well be a penalty going the way of Kasper Mesa, but that is up to the stewards to decide. If it was the 412 that came together, it may not be. I may have that incorrect. But right now, as it currently stands, it is Johan Tam leading Otpatai. Carlos Corges now up into third, leads the next group with the 412 of Kasper Mesa in fourth, Remy Rosenthal in fifth, Remy Reutel in sixth. Hugo Patai following an uncomfortable superheat for him. Goes down into 7th place. He's at the back of this particular group. There, that was Remy Rosenthal that is really looking on the inside. Now it's looking on the inside line, coming down into turn 1. Oh, that's impact again, and these bounce off the side of Carlos Corges. Carlos is able to continue, but Remy Rosenthal dropping with the fastest lap of the race last time around as well, with a 49.8. And on the inside line, that's Kasper Mesa. But do-si-do your partner, and back into original positions for Corges and Mesa. Oh dear. It's getting a little bit uncomfortable out there for quite a few drivers. We are looking at the battle for third place. It is now 4 karts deep. Gorgeous from Mesa. Right behind them, Reutel and Hugo Patai, as Remy Rosenthal drops down following that spin. Down to 8. I think he's still running. No, don't think he's crossed the line. If he is still running. Yes, he has crossed the line. So ahead of Gracious, as that's a swap around for the 432 kart and the 412. So that's Mesa and Corges swapping around for third. Swapping back around, excuse me, for third position. So back up in the third is Carlos Corges. So again, same procedure down into turn 4. So Johan still leads. Johan Tam still leads with the fastest lap now, 49.758. Patai chasing hard, almost matching to the hundredth of a second between himself and Johan Tam, but 0.6 of a second separates the top two. And that's a move on the inside line for, I think that was Hugo Patai. It was. Did he get the move done on Remy Rajal? He did indeed. The treble four now up into 5th position. Now starting to get himself a bit of breathing space is Cautious from Casper Mesa. This ball now settling into their rhythm a little bit, but as soon as they do that, it's all change again. It has been the way with the micro contingent. New fastest lap of the race to Carlos Cautious, 49.677. Giving him a couple of kart lengths over Casper Mesa, who's got Hugo Patai breathing down his neck. Sounds like look in the mirrors, they don't have any, but they'll know he's there. Look at the over the shoulder will show that Hugo Patai is very, very close, but you'll hear the engine tone. You know there's somebody behind you. With 3 and a bit minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. A new fastest lap for Hugo Patai then, a 49.551. Right under the bumper of Casper Mesa. It's Remy Rosenthal trying to recover lost ground, up into 8th now, ahead of Gasparovicius. Moment, our eyes are on Hugo Patai. Trying to get one over Casper Mesa. Not quite. Slightly unorthodox move. Tries to go over the outside on the exit of turn 7. That's not going to pay off for you. Again, he's doing everything to try and wrong foot Casper Mesa. Will we move into turn 1? The door's open, but he's opted not to go for it. Bit deep there for Mesa, and that's opened the door for Patai, but no, couldn't get the overlap. Good attempt, but no dice for Hugo Patai. Right behind them, Remy Rajal is closing in. Because the more you fight, the more time you lose. See how that transpires already. Most of the race is gone. For the final time today will be this is the last time we'll see the micros. Three are kind of settled into their order now. As again, Hugo Patai tries to get an overlap on Casper Mesa. 4 and 2 really feeling the need to defend. They're going to give Hugo Patai the momentum out of turn 4. It is overlap into turn 5. And that is job done, is it? No, he couldn't close the door for the counter-attack. And Casper Mesa kept his cool and got back up into 4th place. Defends the inside line. Brilliant defensive driving from the 412. The AX Racing Maranello chassis of Casper Mesa. It is as you were through the first couple of turns once again. Fastest lap still belongs to Hugo Patai. Tiny bit deep there for Mesa, but no harm, no foul. Again, you see Patai trying to get that late apex. Oh, and that was a kart off into the background. That must be Gasparovicius. And that is Patai again. He's got it to stick this time. Got the inside line down into turn 5. And has wrestled that 4th place away from Casper Mesa. Now has to hold it. Goes straight to the defensive line. Careful about how many defensive maneuvers. The timer elapsed just as Johan Tam and Otpatai are getting to the line. So this is the final lap. You see the last lap board being held. Now for Hugo Petai, it's all about defence. And you can see there, goes to the defensive posture down into turn 3. Gets to his line through 4. But here comes Mesa. Hugo shuts the door. And they remain where they are. They come through turn 5, but that's very deep for Hugo Petai. That's loss of momentum side by side through the next couple. And Hugo manages to hold it. But Mesa manages to get the up and under and gets back up into 4th just as they get into the penultimate turn. Brilliant racing. Absolutely superb stuff. Checker flag is out. Johan Tam, we didn't see it, but came home to take the final win of the day, his first of the day, the final win of the micro class. Ot Patai comes home in 2nd, Carlos Corges 3rd, Casper Mesa in 4th. Hugo Petai almost managed to wrestle away that 5th place, but came home with the fastest lap. Remy Reitel in 6th, Carl Korki-Kuhi in 7th, Remy Rosenthal 8th, Alexander Nellis in 9th, and Benedictus Gracious rounds out the top 10. Sadly, Azulas Kasparavikius will finish the day with a DNF. Wow, what a finish. That was brilliantly done. Oh, Ot Patai wanted to do the triple from the second heat and the super heat, but was denied this time around by Johan Tam. Qualified 5th, Pete who finished 4th, 3rd and 2nd, so you could argue that Johan Tam was overdue the win by that standard. Wow, brilliant stuff. Well done to the juniors. Again, they're all juniors in some way, shape or form. As we see a replay of how it all began, did get a bit scrappy at certain points. Possibly a little bit over desperate moves, and that was the 4-1-2. You saw that Mesa just caught that bit too much curb on the inside line, got him a bit of understeer, and just clattered into the side of the 4-2-1 there of, yes, well, that was Meta, I think, there was the cause of that. Sadly, I was 47, sorry, of Korki Kuhi that was the sad victim of that one. But that is it for the micros. Their day is done. It is the mini contingent up next. Final race then for the mini class is now leaving the holding area. 14 minutes plus 1 lap for these guys. And it is Jonas Tam that is going to be on the front row. Dominic Lepp will be joining him. Sten Mielov and Rasmus Kors will have row 2. Carl Hugo Korg and Gromit Kulamay have row 3. Leonis Zarikov and Simon Ojame on row 4. Johan Levy and Alfred Vesky on row 5. Aris Pascalis Begaterius on row 6 alongside Alexander Estrin. Bill James Uzeliunas alongside Bernardus Anas. Again, still struggling with some names. Again, I apologize. Bernardus Anasauskas and Gordy Dulev at the back of the field. Right, the second rolling lap, then they will form 2x2s. See those watching the stream on the left-hand side, the marshal with the slow down board. Start to form the 2x2 lines. This time 399, he's done every win so far in this category today. We want to complete the set. Oh, fair amount of weaving going on from Jonas Tam there. Almost bouncing off the side of Dominic Lepp. They come through turn 8. And up to racing speed, into the columns. Is the starter happy? No, that was way, way too early at the back of the field there. Didn't quite see who had broken ranks too early. But that was quite a bit before the green flag was going to fall there. Understandably, the starter not happy with that. Round they go for another attempt. Can't be too hard on them. Yes, you can argue they've had a number of practice, but in the heat of the moment, it is easy to drop the hammer too quick. You have to remember these karters are right at the beginning of their racing careers. It's difficult to tame that instinct to nail it. We haven't seen a double restart yet. So now is not the time for it. Through to penultimate turn, and now turn 9. On we go into the columns. And yes, the starter is happy with that. Oh, big slide there from Jonas Tam. Very, very wide there. I think that was Kors that had gone for a bit of a excursion onto the grass. That is very, very close and hard fought coming down into turn 3, but it does look like somebody was going very slowly off of turn 1. Couldn't quite see whether it was Dulev or who that was, but Jonas Tam already starting to break away from his fellow competitors. Rest of the field working their way through. Oh, that was a big bounce there. Was that Dominic Lepp that hit very hard the curb there? We'll see who has managed to finish where the first lap when they come over. The tower then forms. So it is Jonas from Lepp from Mikhailov. Your top 3. Kors 4th, Korg 5, Kulamay in 6th. Ojame 7th, Zarakov 8th, Levy in 9th, and Dulev rounding out the top 10. That was Viljames Uzeliunas that had the trouble on the opening lap. Fell on some way off the back of the field. Our eyes at the moment are on this battle of a second. Oh, very, very close. Whatever secret Jonas Tam has, he is making it work for him at the moment. He's got, nearly a second's advantage there. Oh, that was a slide for Sten Mielov. The tail got very lively coming through turn 8. Immediately defends from the attack from Carl Hugo Korg. Fastest lap now in the hands of Johan Levy down in what is now 8th position. Lots and lots of fidgeting going on. No one in this group is just letting the timer tick down. They've been their attack to the last, and nor should you if you're in a group this big That's the last thing you need to be doing. It's Jonas Tam quite happy to let everybody fight. Wow, that was deep there for Dominic Lepp. Manages to keep the cart pointing the right way. Was the penultimate turn again. That's 3-2-3. Rasmus Kors that trying to wrong foot Sten Mielov. Nice at the moment. Fastest lap 2, Sten Mielov, 47.705. This time around. Jonas Tam not quite dancing off into the sunset this time. Because despite the fact that everybody here is fighting very, very hard, they are still keeping the pace up. Oh, a little bit wide there. Treble 3. He's lost the spot to 3-2-3. So Rasmus Kors, quite see it on stream, unfortunately, but so Rasmus Kors made the move. That's side by side. Only just managing to shut the door was Sven Mielov, preventing Carl Hugo Korg from making his day even worse. That's Kors and Mielov swap round for third. And that's new fastest, well, was briefly fastest lap for Tam, but now Rasmus Kors has that particular honour of 47.560. Up into third. Now immediately challenging Dominic Lepp for second. Certainly close enough to challenge. Round about a second separates Jonas Tam and the most of the field in this particular group. Oh, that's deep for Lepp, and Rasmus Kors wants to capitalise on it, as well does Sten Mielov. But no change in this particular group yet. Mielov wants that third back again, almost pushes Lepp through that penultimate turn. New fastest lap to Carl Hugo Korg this time. 47.482. Oh, and that's a nudge there for Korg. He had a bit of a run there. I don't think Sten Mielov realised he was quite there. Side by side from 3-2-3. Gets up into second ahead of Dominic Lepp. And Dominic has no immediate answer to that. Good move from the 3-2-3. That was a bit of a wake-up call there for Carl Hugo Korg. Nose pointing initially up in the air. On they go. And again, you see the tail of that 3-4-4 cart of Dominic Lepp. You see several carts get really quickly under braking into turn 7. To turn 8, excuse me. Oh, is that a challenge there? I think it was Kulamate. White. No change for position there. Interesting that Kors was gesticulating to go quicker. That's surely what your right foot needs to do. He wants to try and close in on Jonas Tam. He's got time to do it. Oh, that was nearly Sten Mielov into the back of Dominic Lev coming down into turn 7. You see Kors having to defend from Lepp coming down into 8. Over the line once again. Just under 9/10 of a second separates Jonas Tam from his pursuers. Fastest lap now in the hands of Johan Ledvig in 7th place. Well, you can say down in 7th position, but he's only at the back of this particular group. He's not that far off the lead. He's only 2 seconds or so off the leader. So that is 1st to 7th in that shot. The next group's a trio, I think, for 8th place for Ojme, Zarakov and Dulev. They aren't too far behind. Through turn 8 comes the group. The lead gap has come down again. The fastest lap was briefly Rasmus Kors, but it's gone back to Johan Ledvig again, 47.3. Jonas Tam is going to have to start picking up the pace soon. He's going to be under pressure from Rasmus Kors at this rate. Dominic Lepp's got it all to do. Sten Mielov and Carl Hugo Korg wanting to make his day worse. See, Mielov has got some breathing space now, so he can concentrate very much on those ahead of him. Very much something that Dominic Lepp would wish he had. Not very much glued together. Look at this. Eunice Tam. Is that Eunice Tam in trouble? No, that's Anasauskas that's getting lapped, and it's going to be real popular real quick. I think that's Anasauskas trying to get out of the way. He's not doing anything wrong. He just happens to be wrong place, wrong time. It's the 306. But that has changed the dynamic of this race, as now Eunice Tam is very much in the clutches of those behind him, and also Rasmus Kors, a 47.289 on the board last time around. So now this is a first to seventh group entirely. It was a second to seventh, it's now a first to seventh group. As at the back of it, Levy looking like he's challenging Kulamay. And that's a move there for the treble three on Dominic Lepp. And the 375 of Korg trying to get involved in it as well. Oh, that's impact between Lepp and Korg. They remain where they are just about. You saw that Romet Kulamay thought about it. Thought about trying to get alongside, but didn't quite have the overlap. But look at this. Eunice Tam under pressure, under all the pressure from Rasmus Kors. Under investigation is the 363 of Gordy Duelev. Oh dear, we don't know why he's under scrutiny. 363 is under question for something in 8th position. Haven't really had an opportunity to look to what Gordy Duelev is doing. We are very much all eyes on this lead battle, but surely Eunice Tam is feeding the pressure as Erasmus Kors has taken away the lead that he had. Get an answer to why or the result of the investigation for Tule, we will see, as we have had our first retirement as Pascalis Bagatirius. The 367 car is out. Time being, Tam fending off the advances, all the advances of Rasmus Kors. 323 would very much like to have that top spot. Bit of a mixed bag for him today. 7th in Heat 1, 6th in Heat 2, 3rd in the Super Heat. Now very, very much in line for looking like he's got the pace to challenge for the lead. Gap back that he's just looked at between himself and Sten Mielov. Shrinking, or shrank a last time around, because Rasmus Kors has yet to find a way past Eunice Tam. And roughly where they are, everybody sitting 47.4, 47.5, something like that. So Rasmus Kors matching Eunice Tam move for move at the moment. Biding his time a little bit. He's wanting to do a last ditch effort here, I would think. But well, he's got the luxury to make that plan work at the moment, with just shy of 8/10 behind him to Sten Mielov. Gap's not really changing an awful lot this time around. So you get the impression that some people are just letting the clock tick down, and then they're going to make the move. Always risky to do. It's effective if you get it right. It can all undo itself if it goes wrong. Look at that group behind Sten Mielov, that group 4th to 6th. This trio here that we're looking at on stream, led by the 344 of Dominic Lepp, was in second for a while, leading that group to 4th. New fastest lap now by Johan Leidvi in 6th position. Again, you're talking by mere hundredths or even thousandths of a difference in the lap times. Less than 2 minutes to go. All or nothing. Fairly soon. Got a little bit more time to think about what they want to do. And again, with that gap from 2nd to 3rd, the ball is very much in Rasmus Kor's court as to how he wants to play out his attack for the lead. Not a massive pace difference between himself and Yunus Tam. Putting all the pressure on. Either waiting for Yunus Tam to make a mistake or wants to time his attack to perfection. 1 minute plus 1 lap to go. Again, thinks about it inside line of 5, but doesn't commit to it. He's going to leave this to the penultimate lap, which will be next time around. Or even the final lap. Feeling brave. Got the breathing space back to Sten Mielov to do it. 30 seconds on the clock. So this will be the penultimate lap then. Tule still under investigation, has just gone up into 8th ahead of Simon Ogier. Not yet seen the result of that investigation. What is going through the mind of Yunus Tam and Rasmus Kors? Well, what's going through the mind of any of them at this point? Also, you've got to think this is, along with qualifying, the first thing this morning. This is the last race of the day, so fatigue going to take its toll. Final lap board now out. This is when it's all going to get lively. The 3:07 as Johan Leidvi has made a move, and very defensive for Yunus Tam there. All eyes very much on the lead battle, although the group behind them are still very, very lively as well. And see the defensive posture that Yunus Tam went for. Coming down to the turn 5, he knew there was a chance. Opportunities of 7, no, it's not going to happen. Is it going to be a bounce into the final turn? That's very, very defensive for Yunus Tam. And that's exactly what he needed to do. Broke the momentum of Rasmus Kors round the final turn. Checker flag out. Not a second too soon as far as Yunus Tam is concerned. It is Yunus Tam from Rasmus Kors and Sten Mielov rounding out the podium 3. Dominic Lepp in 4th. Johan Leidvi in 5th. Carl Hugo Korg in 6th. Romet Kuhleme in 7th. Gordy Dulev. That investigation was not concluded in the course of the race, so that may well change. Post-race, he comes home in 8th. Simon Ogier in 9th. Leonis Zarakov in 10th. Alfred Vesky 11th. Villa James Uzela Lunius in 12th. Alexander Ester in 13th. Bernardus Anasauskas in 14th. We lost Aras Pascalis Begaterius in the course of the race. So Yunus Tam made it 4 for 4. But he had a lot of pressure to do it. Wow, great effort then from the mini category. Next up is our OKN Juniors. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a somewhat lengthy delay, we are getting back going again, and it is our OKN seniors that will have their final race of the day. Theodore Tubal will be leading the way with Francisco Mezicap alongside him. As Balsius will be looking at those two to resume their duel from before. The time it is set to 16 minutes plus 1 lap, which is their full race duration. Glad to see all 5 cards back out there. Emilis Bukaskas and Oliver Sunum taking to the track once more. So glad to get the racing back underway again. The medical teams had to be dealing with the incident from the previous race. But good to see that all of our competitors will get to take to the track once again. Into the 2x2. Are we going again? Yes, we are. Oh, and there's impact already. Goodness me. That was Mezicap, who just lost out on that second position to Mateus Balsius. Just nudging this. Oh, my goodness. And that's, I think, it's Sunum. No, it was Bukaskas and Sunum coming together. Now, are we going to have our 2x2? Well, again, that is Theodore Tubal being challenged by Matas Balsius, as was the case in the previous race. And again, the 151 of Theodore Tubal getting a bit uncomfortable in braking into that final turn. Even feeling the need to go defensive. That's probably the first time he's been defensive all day. So Theodore Tubal has been his, I mean, no disrespect to his competitors. And that's a challenge for the lead. And even a slight tap from Matas Balsius on Theodore Tubal. Well. Genuinely think that's the first defensive maneuver Theodore Tubal has had to do all day. Again, that's no disrespect to everybody else. That's just the sheer level of dominance that Theodore Tubal has been able to put forward. However, even he's having to look back this time. Even he is having to take that defensive posture. And both of our front runners are going a bit too deep into turn 1. Wow. That's I didn't expect to see. And that's a challenge again from Matas Balsius. Thinking about that inside maneuver, but couldn't quite make it work. Francisco Mezicap is a little bit further back. There he is being caught by Emilis Bukaskas, it looks like, who technically has the fastest lap at the moment, the 44.5. Oh, they get very close, the leaders, as they come through turn 8. Someone locking up there. Now, with the cloud cover that has come back to Kandava during the time that we were off air, that will have cooled things down a bit. Wasn't particularly warm to start with. Now, look at that. Theodore Tubal going for that defensive posture down into turn 5. Well. He's going to have something to do this race, it seems. Or he's going to do what he's been doing. Just play with his food for a while and then dance off into the sunset. But you know, he is having to look back. You are seeing him take that defensive stance once or twice. Fastest lap is still with, actually, has been renewed with Bukaskas in 4th. Everybody on good pace at the moment. Through turn 5, our leaders come. Now, if Theodore Tubal and Mateus Balsius continue to fight, they could invite the chasing 3 to join them. And Theodore Tubal kind of ducking down in the cockpit. They're now 43.4, the fastest lap to Tubal, but he has not managed to shake off Matas Balsius just yet. And there goes Balsius. Oh, he's got him! And then a nudge from Theodore Tubal. My goodness me. Matas Balsius now leads the way in the OKN category. Again, that is not meant as disrespect to anybody. It is just the first time we have had somebody other than the 151 cart of Theodore Tubal lead in this class all day. Such has been the dominance of Theodore Tubal. He's allowing somebody else to hold the reins. Well, whilst that scrap was going on, and the fastest lap has gone to Oliver Sunam as well, from the tail end of the field. 43.3. And amazingly, Matas Balsius has started to gap Theodore Tubal. My goodness. Well, this has revolutionized this category. We somewhat have expected, by the form of all day, Theodore Tubal to dance off into the sunset, and with Balsius and Mazzicat to continue their duel. But this time, a 42.9 on the board from the 128 cart of Matas Balsius. Whatever the SJ Motorsport squad have done, the OTK chassis, it is working a treat. Well, we will see then if Theodore Tubal has an answer. Of course, over 10 minutes still on the clock. Let's not get too excited, but look at that. That's Oliver Sunam hustling Emilius Bakauskas. Perhaps the cooler temperature. It's still 12 degrees, which it has been for quite a while. I don't think the temperature is making an awful lot of difference. Personal best for this race for Theodore Tubal, 43.1. Balsius was slightly quicker again, 43.0 for him. Oliver Sunam is right on the case of Emilius Bakauskas. In a bit of no man's land is Francisco Mazzicat. Is Theodore Tubal biding his time? Wow, again, another fastest lap from Matas Balsius. If Tubal is biding his time, Matas Balsius is making the most of it by opening up 8.5 tenths gap over Theodore Tubal. As we look at Emilius Bakauskas and Oliver Sunam once again locked in battle for wooden spoon avoidance. Not far off the back of Francisco Mazzicat. Oh, this race for the OK Seniors category completely revolutionised from what we've seen. It's been interesting, the races we've had through the day, but this is completely rewriting the form book. Another fastest lap from Matas Balsius. Where has this pace been? He was second in Heat 1, third in Heat 2, had a penalty and was third in the Super Heat. He was looking to complete the podium line, complete the podium trio, take the win, but still time to go though, still 8 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Not get ahead of ourselves just yet. And another fastest lap again, 42.597 from the 1 to 8 car, from our race leader. And it looks like Mazzicat is being caught by Emilius Bakauskas. Indeed, by around about a tenth and a bit, Emilius Bakauskas closed in on the back of the 111 car. Those three are really close together. And look at that. You see in the shot now, 1.5 seconds. Matas Balsius has over Theodore Tubal. All day long, it's been the other way around. Personal best now for Tubal for Mizikap and also for Sunam. 42.6 for Tubal. Still 300 slower than Balsius. 42.9 for Mizikap, but that again slightly slower than his pursuers. 42.8 for Sunam, right under the bumper now of Emilius Bakauskas. See, can Oliver Sunam do something about it? Another fastest lap from Matas Balsius. 42.431 on the board now. Another personal best for Mizikap and Sunam as well. Oliver Sunam could well be challenging for 4th place from Bakauskas. Sunam has got quite a few racing results over the last few years. 8th in the Baltic Karting Championship OK Junior category in 2024. Took part in Rotax Max Junior in the same year. 4th in OK Junior in the Estonian Championship. Also in 2024. Very, very busy then. 3rd in OK Junior for AX Racing with a Maranello chassis. That was in the Baltic Championship. Also took part in the Rotax Max Senior category, as well as taking part in the KZ2 Championship for AX Racing, and was 6th in the OK Junior category in the Estonian Championship last year. A lot of different categories, a lot of different racing for Oliver Sunam. Oh, that was deep for Mizikap. That is going to be pressure then from Bakauskas. Sunam was very, very close there to making a move on the inside line, coming through turn 4. As going for it to turn 5. Gets the move done. Yes, Oliver Sunam does get it done. Emilius Bakauskas is now looking at the back of Oliver Sunam. Well. Say the form book completely rewritten in this race from what we've seen in our heats leading up to now. Sunam finished 5th of the 5 in Heat 1. Hasn't finished the last 2. The super heat was definitely not his fault. Certainly looking to put that right now. Lead pair are very spaced out now. 2.5 seconds between Balsius and Tubal. Another fastest lap of 42.386 for Matas Balsius. Have they swapped carts or something, those two? Because suddenly Balsius is doing what Tubal's done all day and is just sprinting off into the distance. I'm sure Theodore Tubal would have loved to have completed the set of all 4 wins. With 3 minutes 20 on the clock, plus a lap, it's looking less and less likely to be the case. Still setting amazing pace, don't get me wrong. Quite what we've seen all day. There is Tubal just going out of shot. Remaining 3 arguing for the last podium spot. See how they get on. This is Sunam starting to close in on Mizikap. Personal best for Oliver Sunam, 42.7. Did indeed close in around about 2/10 on Francisco Mizikap. That could develop into a challenge for 3rd position. As Emilius Bakauskas quite keeping up the pace with Oliver Sunam. For the 9 once again, 42.4 for Balsius, 42.4 for Tubal, 42.8 Mezicap, 42.7 for Surnam, 43.1 for Bukowskis. Oliver Surnam, could he be challenging for the podium position? The remaining couple of minutes plus one lap. Certainly possible. Well, Mezicap has been in kind of front and center duels for this category all day, but it has generally been with Matas Balsius. This time it is with Oliver Surnam. And that's a new fastest lap again from Matas Balsius, a 42.333. This makes me think it's something like tyres that have been changed. Oh, that was deep for Francisco Mezicap. Which it could well be. Could well be that Balsius is running a fresh set of boots, whereas those around him are not. That is the case. It's certainly paying off for him. Everybody else has the opportunity to run fresh boots if they so choose to. Moment. It is certainly favouring Lithuania 128 car on SJ Motorsport. Oh, again, very close to running off the road. Both Mezicap and Surnam. Been a pretty disastrous weekend for Oliver Surnam. This would be a way to somewhat lighten the mood with a podium to round out the day. Our leaders are just going to beat the timer. It's over the line. Comes Balsius, so the penultimate lap has now begun. The top two may have just settled into their rhythm, but the battle for the last podium spot is still very much alive. Mezicap and Surnam. Well, I thought there may have been a challenge down into turn 4. Been plenty of them today. Going to leave it to the last second is Oliver Surnam by the look of this. Towards turn 8. Final lap then has begun for Matas Balsius. He's looking set to deny the complete collection for Theodore Tubal. There is the move on the inside line for Oliver Surnam, but he can't hold it. Too deep into turn 1, and the cut back for Francisco Mezicap has paid off. Now, will Oliver Surnam be able to close back in on Francisco Mezicap before the Czechoslovak falls? Uncertain, but this time the momentum belongs entirely to car number 128. It is Matas Balsius rounds out the day with a win. Theodore Tubal comes home in second. All podiums, not all quite on the top step. Francisco Mezicap did indeed manage to fend off Oliver Surnam at the last. And Emilius Bukowskis has got the wooden spoon this time around. Well, that is not what he expected to see. But all fair play to Matas Balsius. That all belonged to him. As now, that is it for the OKN category. We have one more race to go. It is our combined KZ2 and KZ2 Masters grid. 18 minutes plus one lap for our remaining race of the day. final race of the day then. It is the KZ2 and KZ2 Masters final. Edgar Wilkins will lead the way with Alexander Usnim alongside him on the front row. Emils Akmens and Merrill Peldis on row 2. Oscar Lucas Olsing and Hugo Rajamet have row 3. Patricia Kaita Stalidzani from Germany and Numinous Volkabas have row 4. Ricard Calciums and Martins Rollis on row 5. And Aloysius Jakovicius and Andreas Mukas are at the tail of the field. As again, as a reminder, this is a standing start. That's why they are quite vigorous with their warming up process. Wilkins quite the distance ahead of everybody else. Have to sit and wait for quite a while. He doesn't seem to mind. Warm up then for the final time today in Kandava. Wait for the flagman to wave to signify that he is happy with the formation of everybody. Looks like there is a space there. A hand being held up by Martins Rollis. What has happened to number 15? Has he stalled? And that is... Now, is that indicating, yep, it's another rolling lap. There's been trouble for Martins Rollis in the number 15. He's quite wisely got the attention of the flagman. He had indeed stalled. Now, I suspect that means that Martins Rollis will have to start from the back of the grid. At another rolling lap, at least he is able to continue and take part in the final race of the day. Round they go again, just as vigorously, doing the warming up process as they did in the first go. Doesn't half look uncomfortable, doesn't it? when they are swishing that hard. What they need to do without the rolling lap that everybody else has. This is the procedure for the KZ2s here. And once again, Edgar Wilkins running off from the rest of the pack, again indicating he's very keen to get on with it. Got 2 wins of the 3, would have had 3 for 3 were it not for a penalty in the first heat that denied him that win. Coming up again. Does everybody keep everything running this time? Looks set to go. Yep, flag is waving. All eyes on the lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And away we go. We are racing for the final time here in Kandava. And that's a stunning start from Alexander Usnim. Can he hold on to the lead, though? He does indeed. So that is Usnim that is up into the lead. But not for long, as Edgar Wilkins from turn 3 banzais the inside. And right behind them is Emils Akmens, who's banzais the inside of turn 5. Does Usnim get the up and under? No, he doesn't. Wow, already the lead has changed twice. We're just into the end of the first racing lap. So it's Wilkins from Akmens from Usnim. The Latvian drivers holding roost. That's the inside manoeuvre for car number 9. That was Martins Roberts. No, it wasn't. It was Rajal Calcium, sorry. As who retired from the previous race, who retired from the superheat. Seems to be up and running again. But up front, Edgars Wilkins has already been himself around about a second's lead from Emil Zachmans. Alexander Usnim, following that great start, is now beaten back down into third. Miro Peldas is now looking at the back of the number 21 cart. As it was Calciums that, but yes, it was Calciums that made the move on Martins Rollis for 8th position. That puts him back at the head of the KZ2 Masters class. We look at, we were looking at Ackermans. We are now looking a little bit further down. That is the 55 of Miro Peldas. That has got a lot of attention from Oscar Lucas Orsing again. Those two have been dueling all day long, and they are not letting up right now at all. Look at that, as Oscar Lucas Orsing again wanting to apply the early pressure. Just ahead of them, just out of shot. Alexander Unseam getting quite close to Emil Zachmans. And quite happy about everybody else fighting is our race leader Edgar Wilkins. Who fastest lap from Alexander Unseam though, Estonian. Is he able to get past the national driver of Ackermans, as Martins Rollis has had trouble and dropped down to 11th place. Keeping an eye at the moment on the battle for second position, Emil Zachmans and Alexander Usnim. Oh, the 21 getting really close to the back of the Formula K chassis of Emil Zachmans. Turn one they go. Rikas Calciums has gotten past Volbekus for 7th place, as Usnim is nearly pushing Emil Zachmans through and banzas the inside of turn 5. That is second place then, back in the hands of cart number 21. X Racing entry. Maranello chassis of Alexander Usnim. And fastest lap 40.8. Stunning effort from Edgars Wilkins once again. There he goes through the shot. 2.2 seconds when they came over the line. The lead advantage for car number 69, the private sponsored Sodi chassis of Edgars Wilkins. Not for that opening round penalty, may well be on for a clean sweep here. By the way, still leads the championship quite nicely at the opening round. A 40.777. There's been a few lap times that have had .777. I approve. Oscar Lucas Orsing has gotten ahead of Miro Peldas for 4th position. So Peldas has had a big mistake somewhere, has lost quite a bit of time. For our eyes at the moment on Alexander Usnim and Emil Zachmans battle for 2nd position. Settle into their rhythm now as they continue to watch Edgars Wilkins just dance off into the sunset. The 24 carts got to bide his time. Emil Zachmans penalised down to 4th after heat 1. Seen 3rd twice in the heat, the 2nd heat and the super heat. Qualified 2nd this morning. No fluke that Emil Zachmans is the one of the national drivers for Latvia. So towards the sharper end of the field. Equally, Alexander Unseen for AX Racing. Maranello chassis. Won the opening round of the day. Again, was gifted the win. Following the penalty for Edgars Wilkins. Second twice. As you can see, towards the sharper end of the championship. Right now, he is far more interested in keeping Emil Zachmans behind him. Field settled into their rhythm now. 10 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. We are looking at Merrill Peldis. Was right with Oscar Lucas Orsing last time we looked at it. And that position changed around. Be following a mistake. Fastest lap last time around again for Edgars Wilkins. Does he do it a second time? Well, second time? Yeah, numerous times again. Not quite. 40.628, the fastest lap in the hands of the 69 kart. Third, still very, very close together. Is Wilkins doing a great job out front once again. Alexander Unseen starting to give himself a bit of breathing space now from Emilia Sachmans. And just in time for Edgars Wilkins to set a new fastest lap, 40.535. Sodi chassis. Oh dear, what has happened to Oscar Lucas Orsing then? That is what has happened to Oscar Lucas Orsing. He is out, unfortunately. Outside of that looks like turn 5, where he has come to rest. Whether that was a mistake that led to a stall, or whether he has had trouble, something break. Unfortunately, we couldn't tell. But that is first retirement of the race. 17 is now out. Always a shame when a competitor retires. Still glued together, cards 21 and 24. Alexander Usnim and Emil Zachmans. Unime KK Formula K chassis. Hands of Emil Zachmans. 7th in KZ2 last season. The Estonian Championship was 2nd in KZ2 in the Baltic Championship last year as well. As well as taking part in Estonian KZ2 Championship in 24 and Rotex Max DD2 season, as well as the Baltic KZ2 Championship in 2024. So it's been a very busy time, as is the case for most of the drivers. Not all. Everybody has had such a busy calendar. Emil Zachmans has. That's, again, why he's one of the national drivers for Latvia. With Wilkins, though, there's really nothing stopping his momentum. Now sponsored by Aldous Wilkins. A few Soji chassis in the field. Took part in KZ2 for AV Motorsport last year. Also took part in the KZ2 Championship in 2024, both the Estonian and the Baltic Championships. Certainly looking to open the account with a huge haul of points, almost a complete sweep as mentioned. 11 carts remain. All 3 of the KZ2 Masters are still running. Guards Calcium's leading that particular category in 6th place. At the moment, our attention very much fixed, quite rightly so. The Estonian driver of Alexander Usni, 21, Marinetta chassis, run by AX Racing, and the 24 of Emil Zachman's Sodi chassis. It isn't, it's Formula K chassis, sorry. It was Edgar Wilkins is in the Sodi chassis. Remaining as they are at the moment, but we know full well we'll just let the clock turn down the longer races. Keep the pressure on those, see if they can force the mistake. Try and make the move towards the end of the race. But that didn't look particularly comfortable there for Alexander Usni. Now getting quite lively under braking. That is not the race leader they're catching up to. I suspect that is Andreas Mokas, number 11 kart that they are catching up to. Without too much trouble, they get past the back marker. I beg your pardon, that's Martins Rollis that they've just gone past. That's the second kart they've put a lap on, as Andreas Mukas they've already gone past. Still, that duel continues as the rest of the field are continuing on their, in their rhythms. That's the best for Ricard's Calciums. 41.4. Actually got Jimenez Valbicus right behind him. As mentioned, our gaze still fixed on this battle for second place. Edgar Wilkins once again is just stretching that lead now. 3.4 seconds when they came over the line for these two. Just 4 minutes left, plus 1 lap. It's about keeping the concentration, keeping the momentum going. Hey, on their merry way they are. There's always a danger about leaving the move as late as possible. As mentioned before, make the move too early and give their opponent time to counterattack, but equally if they leave it too late or they leave it very late and get it wrong, they don't have time to do it again. Now is not the time that they're thinking about that. They're just trying to keep in their rhythm. Consistent lap pace, which broadly speaking they are, within a few tenths of their previous times on vast majority of laps. No easy feat at all. They progress there. 2.5 minutes plus 1 to go. Be getting into their minds now about getting themselves in position to either attack or defend, as Luminous Valbicus has got his way back up into 6th place over Ricard's Calciums. Not a class position, but a track position nonetheless. Those two actually catching. Well, actually, no, beg your pardon. Aloysius Chekovicius is actually on the back of those two. our lead group. Okay. Who are they catching? That is Andreas Mukas again, who once again stays out of the way. Sweeping through turn 3, turn 4. Our lead group. Light dent in the lead, but nothing that is going to worry Edgar Wilkins too much. Penultimate corner they come. Oh, yeah, definitely not going to worry Wilkins, as he was just 5 thousandths off his personal best after the race fastest lap on that last time alone. This name was 10 bits lower than Wilkins last time around. Going to be on the Estonian's mind. They try and focus on consistency. They know full well when someone's buzzing around right behind them. The leader comes around to start the penultimate lap and will expire this time around. We'll see an end to a very action-packed weekend here in Kandava. Now is when people need to be in position, if they're going to challenge or if they're going to defend, need to be in the place they need to be. Sounds like an obvious statement, but it's very easy on the longer races to kind of get too used to the rhythm. Someone paying a bit more attention can then pounce on a momentary distraction and steal the position away from you. Final lap has now begun. Wilkins leads. Usneem second. Ackerman's third. Wilkins, unless he throws it off the road, is fairly untouchable at this stage. You can see now that Usneem is looking behind him. He is definitely well aware that he needs to be in the right position to defend from the inevitable attack from Emil Zachmans. To turn 5. Still a kart length, couple of kart lengths between them. Good exit from turn 5 for Usneem. That could be all he needed. But doing exactly what he needs to do yet again is Edgar Wilkins takes the final win of the day. And Usneem comes home in second. Emil Zachmans takes that final podium spot. Mero Peldas, a bit of a lonely one for her this time, comes home in 4th position. And then Hugo Rajewets will have 5th position. Ricards Calciums fought off was fighting with Numinous Velbekas throughout that race. It's Ricards for the KZ2 Masters category will take that 6th position. There he is. Then it is Velbekas 7th. Čekavičius was beaten at the last by Patricia Stelizani. As we look at the very frantic start for that was a successful start, of course, for the category. Settled into their rhythms to conclude what has been a superb weekend's racing. It was a shame the OK Junior race was curtailed with that quite serious accident. The medical crews doing what they need to do, and we are always very thankful for them and for the marshals, all the officials involved, but also to our drivers for putting on a spectacular show. We also thank everybody involved in production, in the stream, as well as all the families and supporters that bring our karters racing for us to enjoy what we love to do, which is, of course, motorsport. As I think that is Aloysius Čekavičius that is just getting to the holding area. And that concludes the day's racing here at Kandava for the opening round of the Aqva Kart Karting Championship as powered by Aqva Kart. We'll be back for round 2 very, very soon. I thank you very much for your time. My name's been Chris Buxton, and we'll see you again soon. Until next time, thank you very much, and goodbye.